Alright, ladies and gents, had some weird technical problems, but I think we are ready to jump into this one very shortly. One sec. I don't know what the hell's going on with my PC right now. It's going a bit mental. But I think we're okay. You just missed the pistol, which I wholeheartedly apologise for, but I don't know what's happening with my PC. It wouldn't let me load the game, and then it was crashing, and then it wouldn't let me load the game again. GG, well played. Sick. So here we are. Astralis have picked the first pistol round up. And at the cost of 2 lives, one was planted as well, should be mentioned, from Penta, as you can see here. Again, apologies about that. So, we should be all good to go. Let's get this underway, shall we? So, Penta, currently 13th in the league. They've been having a bit of a rough time of it today. And indeed, the rest of the event. I actually casted them a week ago when they were playing against Heroic on Overpass, which is going to be the second map. It does have it on HLTV as the first map, but the maps today are Cash and then Overpass. And they beat Heroic in overtime, so we're very curious to see how they do against the Danish counterparts of Astralis today. But for the time being, it is going to be a case of Penta well and truly up against it. Pistols in mid, have the bomb in the hands of Lowell, who is going to be transitioning with it fairly slowly towards the A side, which is where Mike S is currently waiting. Meanwhile, Device is trying to tap his way to success from mid, up against Stefan, who really shouldn't be having a hope in hell's chance of getting a frag with the P250. And here come the kills. Device is going to have to try and wrap himself around the back. Penta, in fairness, have taken it down to a 3-on-3, but from here on out, it should be a bloodbath. Lowell and Mike S do have their hands of FAMAS, but Mike S has no Kevlar behind it, so a couple of bullets and both these players are going to be very much dead and buried, and there we go. Device for the last two. Second bomb plant in succession, but Astralis will get the 2-0. This is going to allow Penta to have a really solid buy in their third round, better than you normally see. As a result of the 2 bomb plants, you can see they're about 5k across the board for each player. They can even go for a glass cannon AWP if they so chose, but they haven't. They're going to go for AKs instead. So, pretty simple, straightforward buy. Cheers, backspace. So I am actually casting solo tonight. I was supposed to be casting with Dust, but he's actually travelling to the UK, which I wasn't aware of until yesterday. So I'm going to be taking you solo tonight, see if we can get a replacement caster later on. Carrigan getting wrecked in checkered from the Molotov. Has to be careful, as the smoke is going to keep him alive for a few seconds longer. Low actually pushes out to get the better of Device, and Stefan's there one. Carrigan so much better out for Penta. After being able to buy a whole bunch of assault rifles, they have 3 of them intact. Just Kia B is against them, but he is such a powerful, potent player. First frag goes down in his favour. Lowell is very close to death, and that incendiary could actually end up burning him to a crisp. He just about darts away with 12 health. But let's keep it on board with Kirby, because he's the man in the clutch scenario. Grenade does negligible damage, just 14 in total, so he's going to be able to keep pushing forward. But the smokes are keeping him at bay, and every second it ticks is one that makes his job that much harder. But the first kill, again in this confrontation, goes his way, so he's already picked up 2 in this 1-on-3. He's picking up a third Kirby with 4 frags in the round. He's going to get the clutch and the defuse, and Astralis take a 3-0 lead. Penta will be disgusted with themselves. It was such a great start. 3-on-1, you should not be losing those. That does, however, mean that there's been 3 bomb plants and defuses so far on this side. So Penta will have enough funds to buy again. Well played, Kirby. Take a bow. Still early days, of course, here on Cash. This Device with his UMP will be pushing up. It should be mentioned as well, honestly, that Astralis lost 4 players in that round, so their funds aren't too great. They find themselves in a position, they got $0 and Zipniks are only 100 on Carrigan, so if they were to lose this, they'd be in a spot of bother as well. And still 3 smokes and 4 flashbangs, pardon me, to play with for Penta. So they can still try and get themselves and execute onto the site. Typically when you see this sort of investment and these many grenades, you do think that it's very possible for that A hit to come into fruition. I am basically in a position where I think I might be Kirby's lucky charm. Because when I'm not casting him, he does struggle. But every time I cast him, he pulls off these nuts plays. So maybe they should take me to every land and Astralis would win every major, confirmed. You heard it here first. Anyway, Penta are going to be going in. All guns blazing, as expected, onto the A site. The flashes are landing. Stefan gets wrecked in the head, but it's still somehow alive. But for how long is the question, because the CTs have the cross on lock. Kirby was alongside Device, but Device is going to get blocked out. Dupree now the next player to stand up and die. A 2-1-2, but Kirby still with the cross. It's now 1-on-1. Crystal Scout up against the M4. Next bullet onto Kirby will pretty much kill him. It's a big ask. But Kirby's the kind of player that can deliver. Crystal is going to be hiding on the site itself. He's traded off the scout for an AK. Very much the correct play to come up with. And Kirby again with another clutch. 2 rounds back to back. Oh my goodness. 4-0. And I was curious where Crystal would be looking, because Kirby had taken so much time to wrap himself around the back of CT spawn that Crystal had no idea where he was. He was looking into highway, he was looking at forklift at one point, and it just came down to the timing. Astralis have got a 4-0. Again though, I find myself going over old ground. Penta have another plant defused. Astralis lose 4 players, so we're pretty much in the same position as last round, where Penta have a bye, as do Astralis, but if Astralis lose this round, they're pretty much into an eco themselves. Look at their economy. 1,700 on Kirby, 1,400 Carrigan. Everybody else is broke. So although it's 4-0, and it looks pretty damn good for Astralis, it just takes that round win now, and Penta could leapfrog their way back into this. Much easier said than done, of course. Carrigan, you can see from his perspective that Molly's not going to bother him a great deal. Oh, he actually lands the shot. That looked like it was a groin shot as well. Just to add insult to injury, a real ball buster onto Crystal, who's going to be feeling up for the foreseeable future. And that pretty much locks down B for now. So you can see instantly Dupree backs away after the opening pick. Carrigan's done his job. Still, Mike S. Let's jump on board with him. He's looking towards B. You can actually see the blood splatter of Crystal on the wall. It appears from where the bomb is currently transitioning that this could be a B hit after all. So Carrigan is going to have his aim tested again, you have to feel. The smoke keeps Checkered honest for now. Dupree's going to go out looking. That's going to get his life taken out of his hands, and Carrigan's been plucked out as well. This time it's up to Device. He's going to get 1 frag, and surprise, surprise, he's in the clutch situation. It's going to be that man Kirby, but there is a supporting act, and it's Zipniks. Can he, alongside Kirby, pull off what would be another ridiculous, heartbreaking round? Kirby's actually setting up for the exit. I think Astralis may just be looking for frags here and seeing if they can save the weapons. It doesn't seem like they have any interest in going in. They have no nades. So, yeah, they're just going to be holding in position for now, realising their economy's in a state where they'd have to save next round. They may be able to force out a buy. Looks like the T's are going to be coming Kirby's way. How many can he take out, if any?
Terrorists win.
Spots the barrel of the gun sticking through. My guess is going to be dead now. Will Stefan go peeking? No, he won't. And therefore, Astralis will keep 2 weapons alive. And this will allow them to buy, but it's not going to be a great buy. And the other thing that should be mentioned is that Penta have planted in each and every round. That's got to be a worrying trend for Astralis, that they've been unable to lock them out of any round so far. Even when they have been battered and bruised, they've got the bomb planted, which keeps their economy ticking forward. So you can see into this one, Device has a CZ. Does spot the head just peering over the boost, which will be Mike S. Sure, he's called that out for the rest of his team. We've seen this molly a couple of times as Crystal's used. The problem I have with this molly, honestly, is that they're not really following up on it. It does seem like a bit of a wasted investment. You're throwing a Molotov to force somebody out of position, but as soon as that molly clears, he can just walk straight back in again. And no one's going to pick him off on the cross if he is underneath vent. So, I don't know, I'm always a bit of a stickler for wasted utility. Kirby now, here's the squeaky door open. That gives away Tarson's position, but he's going to try and keep him busy while the rest of his team comes up through A main. So far, so good for Astralis. They've kept all their players alive, but this is where it's going to start to hurt. When the force comes in onto the site, they don't have a great deal of grenades to repel this one, but Kirby just holds down left click and picks up 2 frags. The fight's to the close range, takes out his CZ, and just rips through Stefan's head. It's gone horribly wrong for Penta. The first round that they don't get a bomb plant is a round where Astralis have a real lackluster buy of a CZ, a UMP, and a couple of other straggling weapons. And they keep 4 players alive and convert a bunch of those across into their arsenal. Huge for Astralis, brutal for Penta, and you can see what impact that has on their economy now. It's pistols and not much else. So Penta have well and truly been reset. The lightning crackles out from Carrigan's hands, and we'll see Crystal dead and buried. A player that, alongside Mike S, you expect if they do run double AWP setups will probably be the secondary AWPer. There's a slight flip on my mic. I'll look into that one, Brian. Cheers for letting me know. Mike S is going to be coming up through forklifts. Not long for this world, and the UMP will be traded out. So another solid round for Astralis. Do let me know, guys, if there is issues with the mic or sound levels or whatever. I'll try and look into that for you. Maybe a case of me turning my mic down a little bit. So, solid round for Astralis. And another eco. I guess it was kind of more of a force committed round than the previous one. Penta will be ecoing into this. Again, they have a Deagle. 3 P250s. They have 2 smokes and a molly to work off. In the meanwhile, Astralis will be holding fast. More of a passive defense this time. Carrigan is peeking, but his teammate can see here Dupree's lining up the molly in case he gets overrun. And again, it's going to be the AWP just raining in 2 frags to Carrigan. He's forced out into the open as a result of the molly landing by his feet. So he pretty much is just trying to stand his ground and take as many frags down with him as possible. So his damage is going to be a big factor into Astralis surely taking this round. I can't see how Penta pick it up from here. Mike S has the AWP, and down he will go. So Astralis with a 7-1 lead will regain the AWP. Now Penta will have a bye. Medicine is co-caster. Loneliness. I've solo casted a bunch of times, bros. We got this. If we have slow rounds, I'll probably just go to chat to like answer questions and chill with you guys. I'm going to be casting 4 maps tonight, so towards the end it can get a bit rough, but for now we're okay. Sounds broken. You guys never fail to troll, do you? Excellent. Yeah, we've seen this before. Carrigan is going to get mollied and actually throws his smoke way too late, so he loses 28 of his... Well, sorry, he's onto 28, so he loses 72 of his health. I mean, that's considerable amounts of damage that could have been avoided. Now, of course, there's no way for Penta to know this and to try and capitalize on it, but just watch out for that in the future. If he gets hit once by a pistol or something, he could very well end up going down, and it could have been avoided. Crossfire has been set up from Zipnix and Carrigan onto A. There's going to be Mike S elsewhere on the map from Kirby, who was peering out before. He's up on the boost. or thereabouts. So he gets picked off in mid, and that's going to open up things. This does force Karrigan's hand, as you can see now, to move into mid to make up for that weakness and the gap in their defense, and this leaves them spread more thin on B as a result. So definitely something to watch out for as this round progresses on into the latter stages. 35 seconds left. Penta will have to start to get a move on. You can see from Zipnex's perspective that all hell breaks loose, and of course the curse of the commentator comes through. Everyone has shift 2 for Astralis, ends up dying almost instantly, and this is where Karrigan can't push through the Molotov to potentially peek. I don't think he would anyway. If it was like a 3-on-3, then I think he probably would try, but a 2-on-5 is not worthwhile. And so they will be trying to get themselves a save. But you can see from Crystal's perspective that he's heard the footsteps. He knows there's at least one CT player scampering around this side of the map. When you look at the economy of Penta, very little money to play with, so they can't really afford to throw away any AKs here either, which is why instead of Crystal going and charging and playing super aggro here, channeling is in the Rambo, instead he's just sat in position and pretty happy to take the AK into the 10th round, which we'll see Penta pick up a second round here, so 7-2. Not fantastic start by any means, but when you have a look at the scoreboard and you see 4 defused sites in a row, it does paint a picture of how close some of these were. Kirby clutched 2 rounds back-to-back in round 3 and 4 on low health, brilliant clutches. And if he hadn't done that, honestly, this could be a very, very different scoreline. You could be looking at more of like a 4-4 sort of scoreline right now. 5-4, maybe even in favour of Penta. So it goes to show how important those clutches were. Really allowing the CT economy to get established. And in doing so, ruining the terrorist economy. But second round has came in. You can see the economy again. Astralis isn't too fantastic on a few players, so they'll be in a position to potentially eco if they can't save weapons through into this. If they were to lose it, of course, which is much easier said than done. So, slow rounds, Penta taking their sweet time. To be fair, most of their T rounds so far have been this slow. They haven't really played anything too aggressively. They've got some set plays towards the A site. Been quite explosive at the end, but that pop flash is on point. You can see Stefan actually turning away for a second and then realising that he had spotted a player there. So picks him up. It's going to be Kirby, who's been there before. He did get picked off in mid, which opened up the A site nicely, which ultimately cost them that round. So maybe Kirby will have half a mind to play more passive in the future, or maybe put 2 players aggressively amid so they can watch each other's back. Either way, Astralis have pulled back a frag of their own, but you can see now the mid-aggression is coming in. If Karrigan looks to highway, there should be a couple of players for him to spot. There's the first one. Going to be flashing over. Meanwhile, Zipnix is coming on from the car. He's going to get the sprayed on the first player. Looking for the second one, but Tarsin does answer back. Device with the next headshot. Mike S misses a point blank range shot, and the second one. It's going to cost him his life. Mike S is going to be bitterly disappointed that he didn't do better. He is top fragging for Penta, the only player who has an equal kill-to-death ratio, but still, those are 2 shots he should be landing and could have opened up the round potentially. But as it stands, not for the first time, the economy somewhat reset for Penta. They're able to force up a buy here, but it's not great. And Astralis will have themselves another AWP in the hands of Karrigan. Kirby 13-6, Device 10-5, 2 top fraggers on the scoreboard. Seen this molly before, but again, look what happens. Crystal throws the molly in, and now he's waiting. It doesn't really do anything, so it feels like a bit of a wasted investment, honestly. He's now going to walk in and just get picked off for free through the smoke. Dupree is never going to have his back turned to that location, and now Karrigan again invents. Is just going to have the run-of-the-mill. There's nothing that Penta seem to be able to do on this B site. I've got a question, miss. I mean, Yanko actually made a video on this very topic about executes. The likes of Nip have done this quite a lot. They'll throw Molotovs into checkered and they'll all push it together and they'll make sure they get anybody that's stuck in checkered with the Molotov. As I'm talking, it's a complete cleanup from Astralis. I mean, nothing in this round to really talk about for Penta. But he went in great detail about this, how they'd get a molly into the likes of Checkered, they get a second one on the boxes of Checkered, and they push in together and make sure that anyone that was in Checkered just gets kills instantly. We see Penta time and time again, they throw a Molotov into vents, but then no one's pushing it. No one's even spamming through the smoke to make sure that if Crystal tries... Sorry, not Crystal. Carrigan tries to escape, he gets fragged. And so I'm just curious as to what's going on here. It's like there's no cohesion on their aggression. At least not on their B side. We've seen them do a couple of standard set plays through mid and A. But their attacks have seemed to be a bit toothless. Astralis now up against an ecoed out Penta. Only 3 P250s, nothing else, no nades. Into this round. Bomb still dropped out in Garage. And as expected, an easy cleanup for Astralis on the horizon. Barring a huge misplay. Zipnix with 2 spray down Kirby's there as well. There we go. Flawless round. Astralis will take the 10th. Go on, Penta. What have you got in store for us? I want to see a fast hit. I want to see something special. I want to see something different here because you've been coasting. And Astralis are too good a team to be taken lightly like that. I'd like to see something different here because the standard plays just haven't been working. This is where you go into that plan B mindset. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I like that Carrigan's got aggressive. This is the first time we've seen him do this. Typically, he'll play real slow. Maybe the callers came through for Astralis that Penta would change something up. Tarson, I believe, just derped his smoke. I think that bounced off the wall and back towards the T side of A. But either way, Kirby's on his own on Catwalk and he gets taken down. So a faster play does reap the rewards. A heavy B presence for Astralis looking for an aggressive play. But instead it's going to be A where it's hit. And there's Zipnix with 1 spray down for himself. Mycast with the Tech 9 will return the favour onto Dupree, leaving Crystal with a pretty big kill onto Device. If he got the worst of that trade, it would be a 3-on-3 retake in effect. The grenades are landing by quad. And you can see that the terrorists are struggling for health. And Zipnix plucks out the head. And looking for a second one, he lands onto Crystal. Keeping the dream alive, but now it's all on him. And the Molly plus AK equals round for Penta. They're 3rd in total. But I've got to say that Astralis may have just misread the situation, leaving Kirby by himself on the site. On Catwalk with no one else there to help him was a bit light on A. And Penta converted in kind. I found it weird how he pronounced Garage. How else am I supposed to pronounce it? So yeah. NT, Zipnix. Chat appreciated that. Unfortunately though for the Danes, he will subside at the bitter end. Penta with a 3rd round. Tech 9 in the hands of Crystal, but as you can see, he sacrificed the firepower for more nades. Casting straight out, gets the opening pick, and again, just the 1 player on A. This time it's Zipnix. Carrigan is going to have to get a move on from the B site. Kirby, in the meanwhile, is watching from Highway, but he has to keep alive until the rest of his team has managed to get their way around. You can see Dupree is still in the vents. He's waiting for a potential Garage flank, and he is going to find Mycast. So patience proving to be a virtue, and now they've got to stamp their authority down. They have 2 incendiaries, so if they throw these to the likes of Quad and 1 maybe A main, that could force the terrorists out into precarious positions, which is what they're trying to do right here, right now. The terrorists at this point haven't really shown their hand too much, and that's going to be really important, and all the kills are going their way. Kirby's in another clutch, but he doesn't have the right amount of time to get this one done. He's going to get a couple of exit frags, but will meet his demise. And Penta have done something they've been unable to do the entire half, and that's get 2 rounds back to back. So they will land on a 4th. If they can get a 5th, who knows? Maybe there's still life left in this Penta squad, but much work has to be put in before we reach that stage. Kirby on 20 for 7. Like a boss. Guessing I'm English. Garage, that's how you say it in the northeast of England then. Tomato type thing, I guess. Anywho, so the last 2 rounds that Penta have picked up has been as a result of 1 player on A. And guess what? We have it again. This time it's going to be Zipnix who gets at least 1 kill before he falls. Just watch out for Lowell. He could be the difference maker. He's managed to scamper his way through the smoke. And now around the back of Kirby will get the first frag. Silence them 4 as well. So CTs aren't entirely sure where he was. And this allows Lowell to now play the mind games and scamper away. And you can see what this does to the retake. Astralis can't all focus their attention onto behind them because they've got to go for the bomb, and in doing so, Lowell now should have the free pick onto Carrigan, and there we go. Big play from Lowell, keeping it alive. And Penta looking like they will secure a 5th round on the T side. Dupree lands the first headshot. 3 more should follow if he wants to clutch this, and it's not going to happen. Fair play to Penta. This was looking like it was completely out of arm's reach. Totally gone. Totally in the dumps, in the fire, but they somehow pulled it out somewhat. It's still burning though. They've got to douse the flames. They are at least on the CT side. Maybe if they can get a couple of solid rounds after the pistol, that's assuming they win it, then they're right back in this. But Astralis will still be firm favourites. Who's the caster? Metis. How you doing? Ah, Harry, got you. Sorry, I thought you were saying you thought I was American. I was like, I have heard that before, which is weird because I think I sound pretty English. AKA Budget Anders. Can call me that if you want. It's all good. So yeah, I'm solo casting tonight, guys. If you want to have quite an interactive chat, then go for it. In the solo rounds, I'll definitely chat with you guys. Are you in the chat? I am indeed. Sturm Trooper. Probably saying that wrong. Budget Anders. I'll take that too, I guess. Anders is Danish. Indeed he is. What's the new boost? To be completely honest, I haven't had a chance to look through them all yet because I just got back from Romania yesterday. So I've been pretty busy traveling and stuff. And obviously, DreamHack Bucharest, the event that I just got back from, was on the old patch before the new one came out. But from my understanding, there are some changes in the settings that now allow you to self-boost in positions you'd normally need someone else to boost you in. So for example, in Window and Mirage, you can now jump up by yourself, whereas before, obviously, you needed someone to boost you up. That's my understanding. I may be incorrect. As I said before, I haven't really had a chance to look through all of it myself just yet. Are you part of Room on Fire? I am indeed, NASA. Can you sing for us? No one wants that, bro. Trust me. Was that you in DreamHack? Yes, it was, sir. There was me, Anders, Henry, and Sadipus there. There were the casters, and then it was Machine on the hosts, Sponge and Yanko were the analysts. How long have you been casting in general? Like 8 years, I think. I've casted a bunch of different games. Am I from Finland? No, sir. I'm not going to sing for you guys. I'm trying to save my voice for the rest of the night. Then tomorrow I'm casting as well. And then the day after that I'm travelling. So it's rough times ahead, boys. Rough times ahead. Anyway, the reason you guys are here, not to hear me sing, but to watch the game. Second pistol round has commenced. We'll see Astralis. Interestingly enough, a declaration of intent. I've dropped the bomb back here, which suggests they're not going to be going for any fast, cheeky plays. They are looking for a potential pick. They're looking for Penta to almost hang themselves into a trap. So Astralis will very likely play this one relatively slowly. Maybe try and throw a fake out of the likes of Zipnix, who is currently on Squeaky, making a bit of a nuisance and a bit of a noise. And then Astralis will go back, salvage the bomb, and we'll see more of an explosive end to this round. That's my prediction. We'll see if that comes to fruition or not. My guess, your player with the kit is actually by himself on B, and you can see that the vast bulk of the CTs are over on the A site, so This could get a bit sketchy. And the fact that Penta have taken no control at all over mid has allowed Kirby to get himself into highway. And now the action is ensuing off the site. Stefan and Tassin have done a pretty solid job of keeping this alive for now. But again, mid is the Achilles heel. Device in mid. He's about to get forced down. Down he'll go. Meanwhile, Kirby is now forcing on the site. So the explosion comes in onto the B side of the map. Mike S darting back and forward. You can see his head just peering over the heaven arch. Tarsin's been tagged a couple of times there from the Deagle. Down to 46 he will fall. And then meanwhile, Kirby's teammate of Dupree is all that remains as Kirby gets picked off, and there is Mike S for the last one. So the first box has been ticked. Penta will take second pistol. Can they hold on to the momentum though? Franks 42. Do I know you, Franks 42? Have I been trolled? DreamHack Leipzig. Dude. I got like a quick flashback of DreamHack Leipzig there. Man, that was such a sick clutch, wasn't it? And he's on 22 for 9, boys. Kirby is in that kind of form where he can take a game away. And hold on a second. It's a retake for A. Penta have effectively just given up the site completely. Now, I understand this in a pistol round, but you're on a full buy, boys. Astralis just got the freest of plants. What is happening? They're still going to retake the site more than likely, but all Astralis were hoping for in this round was a bomb plant, and they just got gift wrapped out. This now allows their next round to be a really solid buy. I get being defensive, but you can be too defensive there, Penta. They pick up the round nonetheless. Maybe that goes to show that their confidence isn't sky high at this point. Crystal, who's normally a player that they look to bag himself a bunch of kills, he's on 4 for 14. Back when Penta had the likes of Tabson, Crystal actually was one of their star players, or at least he was a player that would consistently be top of the scoreboard. That's a bit worrying. The spam through mid is going to do 12 damage to Mike S, who was scurrying up, and you can see the difference in how these CT sides have been approaching. Penta looking for a boost. There's two of them here, you can see, Stefan and Mike S. I thought they may go for a boost, but instead thinking better of it. And meanwhile, some noise has been made, and actually they're not going to go for the boost, they're going to go for the cheeky two-man Death Squad push through into Garage, and Terrorists don't have any idea what's hitting them right now. Device gets spotted, as does Dupree, but the shoe's on the other foot now, as the two counter-terrorists who push Garage have been spotted themselves. They do get the first frag in this encounter and trying to dart their way back. Stefan's going to throw the grenade, actually bounces off the ring container and wrecks himself. It's Clown School Counter-Strike. Awkward. You could see what he was going for, and if it landed, he could have done so much damage there with that nade. Instead, he ended up wrecking himself. Device with the quick snap over onto Tarsin. Not much damage. And in the meanwhile, Stefan, who derped the nade, is now into vents. Down he goes, though. We'll get the frag, nonetheless. It's been a strange round of Counter-Strike, and now the re-rotation as Astralis will wrap themselves onto A, and this has caught the counter-terrorists out a little bit. Crystal, a man that I was highlighting that needed to start to perform a little bit better, does get a key frag, but it's still a 3-on-2 as Astralis have the bomb planted. It's going to be a rough hold, however. Carrigan on quads. Zipnix has gone into A main. The bomb is actually planted for A main here. It's planted for both players, effectively, so Carrigan looking at the nades for Penta. They have basically none. They'd like to have a HE or an incendiary at this point. Stefan's going to go for the pre-fire. Carrigan's looking to the side. This is all going to come down to timing. It's gone down to 1-on-1 now. Carrigan up against Crystal, who goes in. He's been tagged incredibly lowly. He gets picked off as he drops the weapon. Clearly out of ammunition. Astralis will take their first round on the T side. And it is a nightmare for Penta. They're going to have enough for another buy. Mike S has an AWP. And they're going to have a few rifles behind it, but they are on borrowed time, on borrowed money, And the bank is breathing down their necks. Can Astralis come to collect, though? Look at this aggression. Straight through the smoke. Dupree fears no man. Device now looking over to B. Ooh, that nade looked like he could have completely obliterated Device down to 51. 4 on 4. Not too many grenades to play with. Tarsin only with the decoy. Got a HE, a flash, and a smoke. They do have a kit at least, but I have to feel that it's only a matter of time before the Danes start to aggress onto the site. Again, though, they are keeping their cards close to their chest. They're not giving anything away just yet. Starting to funnel away through into mid once again. As you can see here, Kirby taking the bomb in first. Carrigan is going to be peeking onto the B side. And now the vent's been popped again. It's that safety net. The CTs now know exactly what's coming at them. And watch for the two CTs, which is Lowell and Stefan on A, to quickly get themselves rotating. Lycus has done a valiant job so far of keeping himself alive with the one frag, but eventually there's just too many guns pointed his way and down he will fall. Hail of gunfire in a blaze of glory. Zinix is low. So is Kirby. Oh, Lowell actually gets the frag through the smoke. And with Zinix being at such an incredibly minuscule amount of health, it just takes one stray bullet for him to die, and then this is right back on for Penta. Carrigan is the linchpin you have to feel. The first frag goes his way in this 2-on-2, and now Lowell with the FAMAS sees the defuse kit drop right in front of his eyes, which you have to assume he's going to need to pick up if he wants to clutch this round. Time is running scarce. He spots the hip of Zinix peeking around the corner a couple of times. He was trying to keep him interested. Lowell up, looking at the ground so he wouldn't peek over headshot, but it's not going to matter. Carrigan is on point. The AK frag lands 12-7. Penta in an eco situation. Will he follow through with the eco? I assume they will. They'll have decent amounts of round loss bonus coming into the next round. They don't need to double eco at this point. However, the next round is not going to be a fantastic buy. I mean, that's assuming they don't get that many kills in this round or don't save any weapons. Device out with the UMP expendable weapon, but actually double spray downs will be money in the bank. Hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth. Lowell, USP, Dupree and Device both a click away from death, but so could Kirby. If he doesn't lock this down in time, he will do just that. 13-7, Astralis looking good. This is going to be one of the last chances for Penta now to have a really solid buy to start to mount a comeback. You can see it's going to be without an ult, which Mycast does like to use as much as possible. He is the only player on the side of Penta who has more kills than deaths. And still, Kirby is not slowing down. He had 20 frags at the end of the first half. He now is on 26 and 4 assists. You'd assume the way he's been playing it, he definitely dropped to 30. Kirby rushing mid, calling it. Execute, you just got wrecked, bruh. No mid rush was seen today. I got excited when he said I would be reading chat and talking with chat. Then you're on YouTube. Get wrecked. Twitch chat, of course, that's talking now. Well, when you have such a high percentage of the players over on A, it can only be one thing, and that's a lot of action, a lot of bloodshed. Mycast with double spray down, seemingly doesn't need the AWP. 3 kills in total for him. Carrigan, last player left, gets picked off courtesy of Tarsin's mid-peak up highway. 13-8. Astralis have enough to buy easily. Are they going to go for an AWP? Be curious to see if Carrigan goes for it. Yes, he will. I think that's going to get dropped across to him eventually. Went into the hands of Zipnix. There we go. He had a lot of impact kills on the CT side, but T side's a whole different ball game, of course. I read chat while you were wrong. I'm sorry, bro. Hey, better to guess and be wrong than say nothing at all. Sound's still broken. Please fix. You're gonna need to be a bit more specific, mate, on how it's broken. And keep in mind, if you now answer me, it proves you're full of trash, mate. Next level mind games, get wrecked. Dupree's into checkers. Kill for him. Pretty easy going. And now you can see from the benefit of the minimap that B is completely open, barring Stefan, who quickly rotated in. But He's going to have to go to the low side, and Crystal, meanwhile, will put down Carrigan. This now allows him control over vents. That keeps a mind for Astralis onto the vent side. They can't take it for granted anymore. Kirby pushing smoke again. Plays. Sprayed through the wall. Mykes landed every shot. The device goes down, and that's really significant. This now takes away the control over Checker. This funnels them both in to precarious positions, and Kirby, if he's not careful, will get flanked round the back. That's where Lowell is lurking. So Mykes' frag could mean everything. Kirby, though, puts down the hammer, and that's on to Dupree. First kill goes his way, but no more will be picked off. And again, I go back to that wall bang that changed everything in a blink of an eye. Penta just about hold on.
Counter-terrorists win.
But Chanders don't get lippy. Mate. It's going to be okay. So, Penta proving to be tougher than I expected. I thought when we got towards 13-8 scoreline, this would be over fairly quick. But Penta holding on. Keep in mind, they are currently second bottom. The only team that is worse off is Flipside, who are currently 0-8 in the league. Which is, yeah, not great. That's Flipside, Penta, Hellraisers, the bottom three. We are going to be watching Hellraisers play after this one against Dignitas, which proved to be a pretty enjoyable matchup. Mykes with the opening pick. Dupree goes down. One of the first times we've really seen Penta take the aggression on the CT side and actually get the opening pick, so hopefully that bodes well for the comeback. 3 players stacked on A. Penta being hyper-aggressive with the pop flash into the peak. Stefan bests Carrigan. And it would appear that Penta on the brink of maybe breaking the economy of Astralis, who are looking so tall and pretty just a few rounds ago. Zipnix was the next player to fall. And this is great for Penta. If not only can they win this round, but keep all their players alive. Just what the doctor ordered for their comeback remedy. Kirby will fall. Great round, Penta. Congratulations. That is a full-on wreckage of a full-buying Astralis. So, no eco to be seen. That was weapons across the board. And Penta just locked it down. Predictions, guys. So, we've got Cashed and Overpass. What do you reckon? Do we think Astralis are going to convert this and then pick up the second map? Do we think Penta could throw a spanner in the works? I'll be curious to see what you guys say. And give me a scoreline prediction too in chat. Let's see who's right. Normally casters wouldn't read chat, bro, but I'm solo casting this evening, so you're effectively my co-caster. Collectively, you're my co-caster. Here comes the play. Astralis to be running into smokes and grenades. There's going to be complete decimation. Crystal with a double. And Carrigan alongside Dupree are good for a kill, but it's a drop in the ocean. Penta now 3, make that 4 rounds in a row. Mykes, who is, I'm pretty sure he was 17 for 16 the last time I checked. He's now 24 and 18. Dude has been going nuts. 16-14 here, 16-7 on Overpass. Alrighty. 16-14, that's actually not a bad shout. The way the Penta have been playing, I think they could pull this back a few more rounds for sure. I feel like Astralis' experience and just raw talent should see them through this map, but there's no doubting that Penta have shifted into a new gear with Mykes at the helm, which is surprising because when we saw him earlier on in mid, when he missed those 2 sitters, I thought it didn't bode well because he is their primary AWPer. But hey, I'm always happy to be proven wrong. And Mykes certainly has done that. Let's see if he can keep up the pace. Again, more relaxed defense of the A side. Here he definitely saw Stefan, but maybe wasn't assuming that he'd push so aggressively. Maybe thinking Stefan would back away. Bomb planted, so much smoke. The gas has been deployed. Pent don't want no part of it just yet. It's going to wait for it to subside. Dupree is boosting. Looking for the taps, finally lands one to Tarsin, who's just running across. Kind of surprising. You have to assume with 4 players left, they'd go for this boost. To me, that seems very, very just crazy. I can't even think of the right word. Just nuts. 3-on-3. Device, 52 health left. Is the next to fall. The spray down Stefan with 2. Penta, what is going on? It's going to be very close, but they might have this one. Oh, it's going to be so close. They do just about have it. Penta clutch. In the blink of an eye. Astralis, what was it? A 4-on-3 after the pick? End up losing it. Now the pause comes in, which I can only assume is going to be called by Astralis after 5 rounds in a row. So yeah, that just happened. Stefan with double spray down to take out Astralis, and I'm going to give everybody that predicted before a chance to change their minds. Asked you for a prediction, you will shot them out very quickly. Is there anybody after seeing that previous round, or the previous 2 rounds, that wants to maybe switch their prediction to a Penta? This is your last chance, and then we're sticking there. I wouldn't blame you. 16-13, 16-7 Astralis. Dudes, if you put 16-14, you might want to tell me which side you're going for. I'm not quite a mind reader. I'd love to be, in some aspects. Actually, no, I wouldn't. That would be awful. You'd always know what people were thinking all the time. I take that back. That would be a terrible superpower. I stay at 16-13 Penta. So you think they're going to go on from here and be flawless and win. 16-15. That's great banter. It really is. Top quality banter. Astralis 16-13. 19-15 Astralis. So you're calling it's going to go overtime, and then you're calling that Astralis will take the 4-0 in overtime. Dude, that's ballsy. Wait. Dude, your name's nuts. I'm going to call you Willem. Okay? Willem. Or Wilhelm. I'm not sure. That's pretty ballsy, bro. We'll see. Pause resumed. Back into the fray we shall go. Device and Lowell, just to smoke away from one another. Kind of romantic in a way, except completely not, because they're trying to kill each other. And not for the first time now. Penta will be forcing their way up B, just looking for a push. We saw Carrigan and Dupree do this when Astralis were on the CT side. Carrigan's going to come back, speak of the man, for the frag. Oh, Zipix with a double spray down will return the favour through the smoke too. Beautiful work, just going for the preemptive strike onto quad, which is a very intelligent play. He's already in a precarious position. He wanted to make sure that no one pushed from the smoke, and now it's all on Crystal. So the pause has been a blessing. The Crystal does get a quick fire double. He gets the kill onto Carrigan with a molly, while also batting off with the M4 frag. Out of context, batting off maybe not the wisest choice of words, Vince, but let's just go with it. Zipnix in the meanwhile can be spring through with another smoke frag. Vac. Astralis called the pause so Zipnex could toggle, and then the frags came in. Penta just got destroyed. I know you can see his legs, boys. Chillax. I also didn't actually mean he triggered, alright? So let's all just take a chill pill. So here we go. Can Penta hold on for dear life? They're in a position. Both teams are in a position. Look at that economy. Nobody is Donald Trumping this right now. Everyone's struggling for money. And so this could effectively be a 2-for-1 round. If Astralis win, they could just be coasting to a 16-12 victory. If Penta win, maybe we have overtime on the horizon. Don't worry, you already reported him. Thanks, Andreas. You got my back. My guess. Pick onto Carrigan. That is pretty huge. Carrigan has had a decent second half. You can see there, though, that his stats aren't necessarily the greatest, but He's been there when it's counted. Again, though, control over mid has by and large been given away for free to the side of the Danes. Astralis will be taking the most of this and going through vent with it, so that puts a lot of pressure down on Crystal's shoulders, who must be hearing the smokes and the pitter-patter of footsteps all around him. He is behind enemy lines at this point, but look at Tarsin pushing through the smoke with a flashbang and balls on this guy. How is he able to move? There's some scraping along the floor. Crystal with a double, and Kirby now is like, you what, mates? What the hell just happened? We had the B execute, we had everything go away, but they didn't factor in for the random Tarsin Shui 2K push. And as I called before, it could be a 2-for-1 round. Astralis have no money to play with. Penta should be equalising. Should being the key word. The amount of times in recent memory I've seen a team with the likes of two Deagles and not much else still get the upper hand is absolutely nuts. So I'm assuming nothing. That smoke. 0 out of 10. Still gets the kill courtesy of Tarsin. I'm pretty sure he didn't get the first smoke. I think it was meant to bounce off the wall. Could be wrong, of course. Wouldn't be the first time. Definitely won't be the last. Stefan's going to be pushing up highway. Does spot the shadow. The device shadow betrays him. Damn that cursed sun. And now Dupree's the next to fall. That leaves Zipnex and Carrigan with the horrific task of clutching. They did get the bomb plant again, which is super surprising. Zipnex, hello, 2 Glock headshots. Why not? But it will see Penta take a 14th. At least we've got a bit of action in that round, boys. Double Glock headshots. Dominated. Do I hear Metis? You do indeed. How you doing? Rip my prediction feels bad, man. I don't know, when I asked you guys, I think it was like 13-8, right? So for anyone that called it to be a close finish, kudos to you, even if you got it wrong. Because I honestly did not think this would get close. I thought it would be like 16-9, 16-10 maybe at most, so don't worry, I would have been totally wrong too. We can all be wrong together. Astralis throwing over the smokes, you can see the arches. The X-ray arches, and this is going to force Tarsin's hand to go away. Now Carrigan is going to be selling this by himself, but they have to be simultaneously hitting the other one at the same time, while this completely falls flat on its face, and Crystal's in the perfect place. He's going to get the spray, nearly a double. Dupree will answer back. Lily ends up TKing his mate, because why the hell not? Zipnex goes to the mat, and first headshot goes his way, looking for a spray down, can't get it, and Penta are now a footstep away from taking this map 16-14. Which for me would be a huge upset. Astralis would have been the firm favourites coming into this to take both maps tonight of Cash and Overpass. But as it stands, 4 pistols, although they are Tech-9s, which is effectively the most broken of weapons, and a UMP to save them. Pray to the RNG gods, Astralis, that those bullets are landing into heads. Kirby, close range, low on the other side of the smoke. Position we haven't actually seen Penta use a great deal so far. Not up on the boost, but actually on the barrel. So it's these kind of angles that you probably check in matchmaking, but they can definitely catch the top players out because you expect a player to maybe be on the boost as opposed to the barrel. But Lowell gets cold feet and decides to back away instead. Doesn't want to give his life away needlessly. Yeah, Brian, go for it. Link to Twitter if you want. Lowell the Meanwhile on the quartz. Molly's all around him. He's on an island of fire. But will be alive for now. The Tech-9's going all around him. We can see 2 players are very low. How much damage can Lowell do before he inevitably dies? I say inevitably dies, and there we go, he will. Finally, 4-on-2 though. Now Crystal's going to be dying around the side. It's not looking good. Astrala's going to go down. They're actually going to end up losing this map. Penta take it 16-14. I don't even. How? It was 13-8. Astralis. How did you lose? So many questions. So few answers. Anybody that predicted 16-14 to Penta, I salute you. You get free internet cookies, whatever that even means. That is a huge upset for me. And Astralis, who, by the way, coming into this, let me have a quick look at the leaderboard. Obviously, 14 teams in the EPL. Astralis before today were 6th. So they're right on that sort of brink of getting into a guaranteed spot. So losing this is huge. They've played 16 matches. Dignitas, who are above them, have played 14. Fnatic, who are below them, have played 14. That is huge, ladies and gents. Penta have just made a pretty huge upset, but we're going to see if they can rinse and repeat on Overpass in a few moments. I'm going to go back to a break, rest my voice a little bit, put the music on, and when I go back live again, we'll be ready for map number 2. Hopefully you'll still be here. See you in a few, guys. Alright, lads and lasses, potentially. How are we doing? Quick update for those of you that are asking. First map was 16-14 to Penta, if you can believe that. Huge upset. And this is especially upsetting for Astralis and their fans when you consider that at one point it was 13-8 to Astralis and Penta were into a situation where they were in a force. So it's pretty mind-blowing that Astralis actually lost that map. But on the other side, Penta, Mike S in particular, really stood up to the plate and became godlike in the later stages of Cash. So towards Overpass we will move. We have 10 players on the server at this point. So I'll just keep you updated when any more action goes. Actually, screw it. I'll put the warm-up on so you guys can actually see something happening. I wish streams would do this more often, actually, but I guess people get a bit confused asking if it's live and whatnot, trolling. But I'll put this on live for you. Let me put the volume on for you as well. One sec. There you go. I've got you back, boys. So, I said this before. Before we got today's proceedings underway, Astralis were in 6th place. And they were right up against it. They had the likes of Fnatic and Dignitas around them. Now, Dignitas are playing next today, after this match, against Hellraisers. Hellraisers near the bottom. They're currently in 12th place, if memory serves me correctly, with Penta in 13th place. So you can pretty much say that Hellraisers and Penta don't have really any chance of getting through to the next stages of the ESL Pro League. But Astralis are in one of those positions where things can quickly change. So this map is very important for their continuation in this tournament, you have to feel. So Overpass is so crucial. Penta recently as well, I should mention, beat Heroic on Overpass. About a week ago I was casting them, and they ended up taking the map. I think it was 1916 or 1917 in the end. It did go to overtime, and Penta won. So there are a couple of things that give me a little bit of terror for Astralis, but I feel they're the kind of team that can bounce back. Damn, one tap. So this game is scheduled to start pretty much any time now, so hopefully we'll be underway shortly. I may very well just put it back into music and have the warm-up in the background and save my voice, as I'm going to be solo casting the rest of this evening for you guys. So enjoy. Yo, random, if you need to ask something, then tweet me, bro. It's much easier for me to see you on Twitter as opposed to chat. If I look away for chat for like 3 seconds, I can miss a bunch of messages, you know. Why not play some bass on stream? I'd have to start up Rocksmith and like configure everything, dude. It's not as easy as that, unfortunately. Plus, I'm not sure ESL would be okay with that, because there's copyrighted music on Rocksmith, right? Whereas opposed to this music, there's a lot of different elements to it, is what I'm trying to say. But if you want to ask me questions on Twitter, it's On Fire Metas. I changed my Twitter. That's where I joined On Fire. So On Fire Metas. You just realised 20. It's all good, bro. It's all good. That's probably the easiest way. Like, I'll happily answer questions, but obviously I'm streaming while casting and stuff, so it's kind of rough to do both. If you're curious what's happening, guys, I'm just streaming some warm up for music, just chilling in the background. As I have no idea when this game will be going live, so it could take a little while. Ah, Brian, cheers, dude. There's the Twitter if you want to throw across some questions. Right, Q. I honestly have no idea how to say a name. I'm gonna call you Im, if that's cool, or Immy. I want to hear then, what would you change about Astralis' lineup? Let's steer a craft here. Let's hypothesize. Who would you go with? Who would you take out? Who'd you put in? That's got to be realistic though. You can't just be like take out someone and put in like Kenny S, right? So be realistic. Alright boys, here we go. Let me turn the music off very quick. Alrighty. Map number 2 is about to get underway. Overpass, Astralis Penta. Astralis will be hungry for redemption, hungry for revenge. After a incredibly surprising loss on Cash. You put Cajun back in, huh? Carrigan out, MSL in. Interesting. Anyway, you guys can theorize all you want in chat. I'll try and have a look across now and again, but looks like we are about to see some action on the A side as Kirby gets picked off courtesy of Mike SUSP. It's a disgusting skin, but so is the headshot. So it goes hand in hand. Bomb was dropped. Carrigan picks it up. Well, anyone would take the Road Rash and actually want to use this weapon. Looks like someone wiped their ass with it. I'm not gonna lie, it looks horrible to me. But fortunately for my Kess, the quality of the skin doesn't equate to the quality of the skill. So he's okay. And with that one kill that came in, that does alleviate some pressure off Penta, as it was Kirby. He's one of the star players for Astralis, of course. Flashbang is perfectly timed with Device's push, however, and now Astralis will be getting their hands firmly on control of A. Should be planted. The truck is the designation for the bomb plant. And Astralis will try and filter out. Stefan comes in with 2 frags. It's gone horribly wrong for the Terror. Stefan with a 3rd. USP all day, every day. Penta will take the pistol with the defuse. 16-10 Astralis is Brian's bet. Alrighty. Does anyone want to take him up on that offer?
Counter-terrorists win.
It seems a lot of people coming into this map thought Astralis would win it fairly convincingly. I saw some 16-7s, some 16-9s. Is there anybody in chat that thinks that Penta can win this map? And if so, what score? Because I think that's probably in the minority. Jay the Predator, 16-0 Penta, of course. Go big or go home. Standard. Mate, if Penta win this 16-0, I don't even know what I'd do. There's a skin I haven't seen in ages, the M4A4 Griffin. Do you remember when that used to look a bit different? Before it got put onto, what was it? Some copyright issues, I think. It changed. I remember when the Griffin first came out. I loved that skin. Haven't used it in ages. Haven't seen it in ages. 16-10 Penta, 16-13 Penta. Alrighty, so you think Penta will get the double over Astralis tonight? That would be a huge upset. The Zipnix should be the next player to fall. Somehow still alive. 62 health, dodging bullets left, right, and centre. Carrigan going to be charging through alongside Kirby, who's going to go for the plant. Carrigan's going to try and be the bodyguard. It's very important he actually assumed that position because Kirby was incredibly vulnerable. Mike gets the MP9, should go to town. The lawnmower going through the weeds of Astralis. And it's Zipnix left alive again. And the bomb's on the opposite side of the box. Forever alone, Zipnix. Bully no mates gets punished. Penta with a 2-0. They're still using the Griffin. Nice. Sound is delayed. If you have some issues with sound delay, restart your stream. Jez, it's an issue with Twitch, bro. It's not on my end. So restart your Twitch, start the stream, and you'll be golden, bro. Only 1 kill so far for the Danes. Astralis only have device with a frag. That's going to have to change very shortly, as they're trying to take control over Connector. Kirby throws in the molly. That's going to stop Crystal from pushing down the stairs, and he will be backing away with the scout, which he still has retained for a couple of rounds. As I said before, Crystal typically is their secondary AWPer. Not entirely sure if we'll see double ops come to fruition on Overpass. I mean, it's not necessarily the worst idea. An AWP on each side can definitely be good. And look at this from Stefan. That's such aggression, as Hypnix must be face planting. His desk must be in ruins. Stefan with a second kill. He's not typically the guy you're expecting to be exploding for Penta, but he's 5-0 and he played really solid work on Cash. Interesting enough, Lol hasn't died, got an assist, or got a frag. He's been the invisible man so far on Overpass, but hasn't needed to have been seen. Fortunately for him, Penta playing their hearts out. Can I be golden too? You can all be golden. Crystal with his scout looking for the frag. Narrowly misses out on it. Device down to 56. All 3 Astralis members are together, but with the smokes they're going to be able to push onto this one. Crystal has to be very careful. That is a spot I should say, that is shot preemptively. As often the player will have his head just peeking over for the cheeky frag. Kirby holding long. This isn't looking too good. This next frag has got to go the way of Astralis, otherwise it's going to quickly get out of hand, and it will go the way of Kirby. So this keeps the dream alive. No one's looking or flanking either from Penta, so all 3 members coming from the same side. Lol and Crystal now have it all to do, and Crystal, was that a no-scope run drive-by scout? What is happening? Kirby in a 1-on-2 has them on platform. What is that one tap? Kirby, settle down, son. Jesus, you're going to get a nosebleed, mate, at the second one. That one tap is filthy. Holy Gaben. So, Penta, after getting completely ripped to shreds, courtesy of Kirby, now have a really bad buy. Dupree, headshots down onto Tarsin, looking for a second one and will connect it. And that play from Kirby is the kind of thing that can light a fire under players' backsides and make them really start to perform. So he's at the catalyst for Astralis to dust off the cobwebs. Mike Kess and Crystal, I think, realising that this round has got away from them. Looking to save instead. Flashbang to accompany it. So they got about $1,000 in equipment value. That's decent enough to save, honestly. It may seem fairly stupid, but going through into the next round, that could be a nice little boost. Every little helps when it comes to these kind of situations. And hey, if they stack together and a couple of terrorists go the wrong way, they maybe can get an exit frag and keep an AK-47. So there are a couple of outs to this round, and Crystal's doing quite a lot of damage actually, taking 2 players down. The sound lag is pretty bad right now. Turn the sound off and on. Just restart Twitch, boys. Should fix it. It's not on my end at least. Now if I get an admin or a mod telling me to that the sound's delayed, then I'm going to listen to that. But when it's just people in chat, no disrespect, but you guys are kind of trolls. Some of you trolls, I'm just saying. So Kirby in connector. Mike S by himself in the bathroom does have Crystal coming up around the back side, but he just gets one-tapped. Oh my goodness, Device has just destroyed them single-handedly up long. He's going to get his hands on the AWP as well if he wants it. Indeed, he'll pick it up for his team. Lowell and Stefan, after getting a bye, into such a bad position here. But through no fault of their own, just their players get picked off one by one. Carrigan, next player, stepping up, and he will be put down in place courtesy of Lowell, who lost 92 health so far in this round. I do not like this skin. I know some people love it. It's way too bright for me. I feel like I could get a migraine if I play with this skin for a period of time. It's just like someone threw up on a weapon, honestly. And it will be taken out of the round, which I'm actually kind of happy about. Lowell leaves Stefan in a 1-on-4. Oh, he goes. NA observing. It's an auto-director, mate. I mean, it is kind of a one-man show here, because I'm casting and streaming. If I observe, trust me, it would be much worse than it is right now. I'm switching when I can, but yeah, most of it's going to be on auto-direct. I'm not very good at multitasking. Come on, Stefan. Let's see what you got. I think Kirby actually switched weapons there. I'm pretty sure he was halfway through an animation. So it could be an AK-47 taken through to the next round. Not too shabby. This gives Penta a couple of options, but still not great. Save better than nothing, of course, but Zipnix seems to have caught a whiff of the center. Stefan's giving out, lands the headshot in the back. Astralis take a 3-2 lead. Brian, did you say you have sound lag? See, now, if you're telling me the sound lag, then I'm just going to start to think maybe it's true. Did you refresh and everything? You still have it? Who's the caster? I'm at this. How you doing? So, that would suggest that Astralis going to take a 4-2 lead. Penta onto really lackluster weapon. PT-50 basically to play with. And up they come. Double stack in connector. Could get the upper hands. Onto Carrigan, who is the player from the Terrorists, who is putting a bit of presence in here, but he's playing this one super passively, and this is the smart play for me. No one from his team has scouted out connector just yet and doesn't want to push in any further. This allows him to get the bomb plant down anyway, and if he just holds his position, he just heard someone drop down anyway, so at this point he's certain. There's a couple of players there. Patience of virtue, ladies and gents. Counter-Strike teaching life lessons. Carrigan. Sensei Carrigan has your back covered. Kirby in connector with the P90, and it looks as though Penta looking for exit frags again. $900 worth of equipment value, but they're going to have a full buy next round anyway, so not necessarily a requirement to save here. But it looks like Lowell will be keeping on to his PT-50. They'll have a flash. Mike S is just there. You better believe if Mike S is in a 1v5, he's going for broke. He's only here so they have a 3-man death squad, so there's a higher chance they do get an exit frag. If Mike S is on his own, no doubting he is going for broke. Either way, he has himself the AWP. What's his spawn like? He has a pretty good spawn for mid, actually, so he could go for the Fountain Peak or Balloon Peak. But instead, he decides to go up long. Which I guess I understand. He only has the AWP, no Kevlar, so if a couple of grenades get thrown into Fountain to deal with him, he actually could get outright fragged. So, overall, I think that's a smart play. Dupree looking for the hop, which Tarsin was going for originally. I think now that he's hearing bullets come down range, that may put him off, but Device lands the headshot onto Crystal, who goes walkies and gets punished. Strangled by his leash. Astralis sitting pretty at this point. Penta are going to have to split up. They've got a 2-2 formation. Oh, that spray is disgusting, Tarsin. Into the head of Kirby just as he moves in. And a second one for Lowell in the meanwhile. So just as I was saying, it was starting fantastically for Astralis. It's gone somewhat backwards. Mike S gets plucked out of mid-air with the M4A1S headshot and a second for Device. That's going to secure the site and at least the bomb plant. But now Penta in a position to potentially retake. They do have a flash and a HE. A And with Device being on 12, if that nade had landed anywhere near him, he could have been a dead man. Stefan comes up, he picked up a couple of disgusting headshots earlier on. The next bullet pretty much wins this one. And it's going to be Device from Bank. Oh, that knife is beautiful. Device, give me it, please. What is that? The M9 Gamma Emerald stat track. I don't think I put those words in the right order. Deal with it. That is... Oh, Device, the things I do for that knife. I think Rubino has, obviously Rubino from Dignitas has the same knife, but the Karambit version. So heavy stack Penta onto B. There are 4 players here with Crystal on the Overwatch from Heaven. Spray through, Device again bagging himself frags. It definitely does seem like that Clutching Kirby with the God 1-tap has really woken up the Danes. A much needed wake up call. Mike S and his CZ. I believe you just heard Device jumping up there, but I mean, he still has to open the squeaky door, and that by and large should end his life.
Bomb has been planted.
Looks like he'll set up for an exit frag. And how many times have we been in this situation already where Penta concede a couple of kills to go for an exit frag, albeit this was an eco round. They didn't invest a great deal. You can see their economy now with 5, soon to be 6 round loss in a row. They have full round loss bonus coming up. This could be a couple of AWPs. I'll be very curious to see here if they do go for a couple of AWPs. Mike S will definitely be getting AWP. There's no doubt about that in my mind. I want to see if Crystal takes one too. Because not only is it a case that they're 2 pretty solid AWPers, but with Penta being up against it this bad in a couple of rifle rounds, maybe this is the moment where they try and change things up. Maybe this is where they say, okay boys, let's try the double AWP setup. So let's see. Yeah, double AWPs instantly. Well, it's actually going to be Tarson that takes it. Interesting. He does have a really good spawn for B. Maybe that's the reason why. It could also be that Crystal's just not AWPing as much anymore. Well, you did see earlier him using a scout, so he's the kind of player that can definitely run with it. That molly slightly off. And curious to me that Tarson actually goes for the short play. Meanwhile, Mike S gets into the connector and gets taken down courtesy of Dupree. So, the trades go the way of Penta, but their economy being in such a sketchy position as it is, Karraker runs out, caught with his pants down around his ankles. And hold the phone for a second, because Crystal is on the prowl. Up around the back of the terrorists. If he just goes looking, he's going to get gone to Zipnix, who gave his position away. That leaves Dupree very much alone in this cold, brutal world that we call Overpass. Well, it looks pretty sunny, so it probably isn't that cold. Brutal, though, very much the case. Can he get any kills from here? Maybe Stefan, if he keeps bobbing up and down. I feel like he's not going to expect low on the tight right. Indeed, he won't. And Penta will get themselves around, but that reset bonus has came to fruition too. They only lost the player, I think, in that last round. Actually, let me just double check that. Yeah, they just lost the 1 player, so their economy's still pretty solid. They will be able to buy again after this round, whatever happens. Splyce, full AK-47s, full nades. Again, that Molly... Oh, Molly did actually land this time. It's going to stop any players pushing short. That's the reason for it, obviously. And the carpet of fire goes down. This allows Astralis now the information that no one can be in the short water, no one can be on that connector side. Gives them more of a stranglehold over the B side. This is why connector control is pretty important for the counter-terrorists in certain rounds like this, because it would keep the terrorists evasive. Nicks again through smoke. This time it's on Monster, this time it's Tarsin. Rip of a dream. Looking for another one as well. There's no N in Zipnix. Yeah, Zipex, Zipnix. The problem is that when I first started casting Astralis, a lot of people call him Zipnix, and therefore I just kind of got used to it. And at this point, people troll me back and forth all the time, so I don't even know. So I'll just stick with Zipnix. As I'm talking though, the Strats have burrowed their way onto the site. The bomb's still dropped, actually, back on the monster side, which is going to eat some valuable time away from Astralis, and more importantly, allow Penta to start to get themselves back onto the site, get close enough. Problem is, they have to walk through smoke, and that's going to cost Mike S and Penta the round. So after finally getting themselves back on the scoreboard, down they go. It's important to mention they've only won 1 rifle round. The 2 rounds they got were from the pistol, only the 1 rifle round. There's a video of him saying how it's meant to be said. Haven't seen the video, bro. How to become a caster. I've actually made a video on this. I would have to be talking for way too long, dude. Just keep practicing. Basically, keep practicing, record demos, send them to companies, good luck. That's the very short summary of what you need to do. Splyce, actually it stinks. Down to 20. It's a really poor buy. Not a high investment for Penta, who I actually thought could go all in on this round. You can see their economy. They still got sort of mid to low 2000s, but instead opting for a more solid buy in the next one, which I guess is fair enough. But you started to run out of time now on this half, so it does surprise me a little bit. You can see some power play scattered with a 5.7 Kevlar and a UMP. Mike actually gets the drop on device, and Astralis, who had a huge weapon advantage coming into this round, now find themselves a player behind with Dupree on 5 health and only 40 seconds. They've got to start to get a move on. Mike S gets taken down. That's the AK dropped. So they no longer have the assault rifle to work off. They still have the UMP in play, however. And that's in the hands of Lowell, who's going to be coming around the back and probably last. His teammate's already gone in. That's maybe a moment where Stefan probably should have waited for his teammate. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day, though, because Astralis are going to have that every day of the week. As soon as that goes into a 4v2, there's surely only one way it's going to go. And Astralis now taking a very convincing lead onto Overpass. This is the reason for the eco in the last round, or at least the partial buy, so you can get a solid one in this one. Mike S, what's the spawn like? Okay, so he pretty much has the best spawn for a mid-peak. Let's see if he goes for this. It seems the only play he might be able to get is going to be Device, but Device is actually going into Connector, so this isn't going to pay out at all. And the 2 Connector players are about to bump head-to-head. It's going to be Device and Lowell. Lowell's actually using the smoke to his advantage, playing the upper ground. So you can see what Mike S was going for. Didn't quite work out, and now the execute is going to be coming through onto the B side as Carrigan and Zip X will be going through first. Players up on the jump, and it's Astralis who are getting all the kills going their way, but passing now through the smoke is going to be landing himself to 1 frag. Some heads must be getting scratched at this point, wondering how the hell that happened. There was an Astralis member who was watching short and just didn't have it covered for his team. Finally, Tarston will bite the dust, and now it's all on Crystal. 1v3. Position has been compromised. Yili actually flashes himself flat down in the face and will finally go down as Kirby picks up his 11th frag of the map. Crystal top fragging. He was actually the lowest fragging member on Cash for Penta, so impressive that he'd bounced back in such a way. I think at one point he was like 4 for 14 on Cash, and now he stands very much at the top of the leaderboard for Penta. I was about to say for the Germans, but they've got Mike S, who I believe is Dutch. So that wouldn't technically be true. Kirby watching Connector. Tarson's here again. Double stack. And Mike S is the player actually with the flashbang, so I'm curious if he's going to pop this in. That molly will give the red light to this push for now. There's no point popping through the molly. They're going to wait until that clears, and then meanwhile Kirby actually backs away. So a passage of play that's going to work against the CTs. That was maybe their only hope into this round, barring a couple of miraculous headshots out of nowhere. Astralis playing slow, realizing the CT's onto an eco. Want to make sure they don't put any feet into any bear traps. And, well, Crystal gets hunted. Next up is Mike S, who's in a pretty solid position, holding fast. Tarson, meanwhile, The other player that wasn't connected earlier for that two-man stack flash set play has managed to lurk his way all around the back. But the problem is he only has a P250, so even if he does get the drop, it's not a guaranteed frag, although he is coming around the back of Dupree's on 33 health, so there's a lot of maybes, ifs and buts in this round. The guaranteed definite is that the bomb's been planted and Zipnix has taken down Stefan, so Marquez in connector. He'll come around the back and will land the frag on Zipnix. That's the AK-47 that goes into his hands. He heard footsteps down connector as well, so he's going to spin around. He does have the Kevlar. He's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage. It surprises me Dupree's going for this with 33 health, because he's almost guaranteed to die. There's no hope in a clutch at this point for Penta. This is a lot of weapons being taken away. Oh, I guess when I see the economy of Astralis, it makes a lot more sense. They're all on about 9k, so they can easily replenish these weapons. And of course, taking the AK-47 away from the CTs means it's a little less of a buy. There was an option for an AWP in play, but it would have been glass cannon, and instead Penta elect to go for M4s. Crystal actually gets the second AWP. Sorry, the first AWP, but the second player to pick up the AWP. So, how are they going to play this one? Because there's a very heavy stack over on the long A side. 3 players here. Almost a trifecta of crossfire. But as we know, Astralis haven't really gone long that often. Typically, they've occupied bathroom a lot more. Let's see what happens here. Device is going to be the player to come around the corner. You can see Lowell was partially flashed for a couple of moments. He's now clear, so if he hears these footsteps, Device should be a dead man, and indeed he'll go down. How many players did he see before he died is the question. I can't tell you that because I only saw from Lowell's perspective. But I believe 2 may very well be the call. Now, if that's the case, Astralis should be backing away. Zipnix has already picked up a bit of information over on the B side, and they must realize this is a heavy A investment from the counter-terrorists. Molly's going to go in. That's going to deter Crystal's original peak, and back he will fall. 50 seconds left. Astralis' only hope here is onto the B side. For me, that's the only way they get this round. That's going to open up things nicely. Zipnix with 2 frags. Stefan just jumps out of heaven. What is happening, Penta? Even if that bomb gets planted, it's a 5-on-3 at that stage. In your favor, you should be able to retake. Why are you going out 1 by 1? This makes no sense. And now, from almost a guaranteed Penta round, it quickly goes across to Astralis. Crystal's low. Mike S isn't much healthier in terms of health, and Zipnix has just landed the headshot onto Crystal. Dupree lands another one, and it's gone horribly wrong for Penta. A 5v3 goes the way of Astralis. 11-3 to score. And Penta now have a force of a Mag 7, UMP, couple from Asias. Crystal could go for another one. Actually goes for an MP9 so we can afford more grenades. So, after a crushing defeat 16-14 that Astralis experienced just a few moments prior, they are romping ahead 11-3, and it should be 12-3. At that stage, for me, this is pretty much all over. The Astralis CT side is really strong. Lowell, close range, executes down Carrigan. Stefan with one of his own. So they're making this bargain bucket buy-up work. And looking pretty good for Penta, all things considered. There is an SG, because why the hell not? Or the creep. Device is going to put it to use. With the Commando, I believe it was also at one point. Fallout warning. 50 seconds. Device already with 1 kill. 3 more players to find and to frag. Gonna be playing the long con for the rotate. Going to connector. This keeps his options open. 30 seconds though. He's gonna have to commit at some point, and as we can see on the map, 2 CTs on B side. 20 seconds. At this point now, Device has to commit to the B side. He's going to be sliding down as to make no noise. You can hear at least one player running back and forth, and this could be the block. Oh, Carson, there we go. Is he going to check? Oh, he's not going to check, and it's going to cost him his life. So unfortunate, but honestly, at that point, you don't expect a double stack on that position. So Penta will pick up a 4th round in the half. Is it enough to go through on T-side with? Personally, I don't think so, but it's a whole lot better than looking at one stage. So do we have any Penta believers here? Oh, drinking when you're solo casting is maybe the best feeling ever for your throat. Random comment, but there you go. So, Astralis, after losing the first map, are in such a good position. If they lose from this is going to be the choke of the century. I combined the 2 maps. I just don't see how Penta come back from this. Even if they win the pistol, they're going to have to break Astralis' economy multiple times. I think you'd have to be crazy to think this game isn't going to be another 16-14. Dude, if this is 16-14, then I'll hold my hands up and just say I quit casting. Because at that point I would know nothing about the game, clearly. It'd be pure trash. I just cannot foresee a way that Penta pick up any more than 8 or 9 rounds here. Yeah, this is warm-up. Just keeping it live for you guys.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
See, now this is where having a co-cast is pretty big. Someone to talk to. So, if you guys have any questions or just any general ideas, throw them out in chat. Keep me alive. Because I'm struggling, boys. I just got back from Bucharest yesterday. So I'm pretty damn tired. Speedcast. I do not have the energy to do that at all. I probably could speedcast. Not as good as the likes of Sabakit. I probably could. I honestly just can't be asked. To be straight up honest with you. If this goes to 16-14, Vince, will you give me a casting lesson? Yes, Backspace, I will. Although I don't think there's much to teach, honestly. I feel like self-review is the most important thing in terms of starting off in casting. Like, being very honest with yourself as to what you're doing right and wrong. And that's why you should practice and record demos of yourself to listen back to. That's honestly, for me, the best way of improving to start off with. At some point, though, that may not be as useful. But there you go. Anyway, second pistol started. This is Astralis' chance to end this quick, to administer the euthanasia to Penta. Pretty good chance. Kirby by himself up in a good position. This is kind of an off angle. You're up on the rail, so even if someone sees you, the theory is here that they're only going to see your legs first, whereas you're going to see their head pretty soon afterwards. So it's actually a really good position to have, especially with Zintex watching connector. So I dig this a lot. These are like the different layers of Counter-Strike that on first view you may not necessarily fully appreciate, but I am very much a fan of that position and this setup from Astralis. Carson's going to be running in though with the Glock, and this is a pretty good way of countering any sneaky positions. There's a bunch of smokes and a lot of players behind it. Dupree with one, and a second Carrigan puts it down with authority. Dupree with a second, and well, I said this is Astralis' chance to finish this off quick, and it seems they are not messing about. Going right for the jugular. Ruthless in their executions. Rip. How'd you like Bucharest? I didn't get to see much of Bucharest. The thing is, when you're casting events, you're pretty much going from the hotel to the venue, from the hotel to the venue, so you only see like bits and pieces of the city. But I thought it was quite nice. It reminded me a lot, because when I was younger, I used to live in like Mediterranean countries, because my dad was in the Royal Air Force. So it reminded me a lot of actually like some aspects of Cyprus and some aspects of Italy. I don't know why, but it did. Tarsin with a frag, actually on 12 health, gets it done. Auto-directed, don't do this to me. Stop with your weird fascination and corpses. I want to watch me some Counter-Strike, not dead bodies. Although Astralis have conceded the first kill, it wasn't a lot of cost for Penta. One of the low players was Lowell, and he's dead and buried. Stefan's the next, and his shoulder was just about around the side of the wall, but he'd already eaten so much damage. A gust of wind would have taken him down, and Astralis, after losing the first player, have definitely stabilised. Crystal is going to try his best to rock the boat once more. That flashbang, if that's in conjunction with Kerrigan's peak, then that's next level. Not quite perfect timing, but the idea was there. That'd have been really sick if the flash detonated as Kerrigan peaked. That would have been a sticky pants situation. 2K views only. Well, if you guys didn't know, there's also another ESL Pro League match on the main channel at the same time. So, by all means, hop across to there if you prefer that game. There is multiple matches on this evening. And I think this one is close to its end. MP9. Pretty powerful close range against no Kevlar. Very much a massacre waiting to happen. Dupree lands the headshot, bit of overkill onto Crystal. And Zipnix will land himself the shot. So we're going to talk about here in this round. It's going to be a clean up. The question was, can Penta get a kill? The answer is yes. Can he get any more? The answer is also yes. Lowell's put down a second frag. Zipnix is low, so this is a way for Penta to maybe start to bring the economy back for the Danes. Maybe they can break the economy, that's one way back in, but keeping 3 players alive is totally fine, especially considering one of those, at least one of those was an SMG. Actually, there was an MP9 and a UMP, so they lost the 2 most expendable weapons. That's completely fine for Astralis. What rank am I? Global Elite. Meant to say, send everyone into the other stream time to join this for support. Whichever game you guys want to watch. That's the cool thing with having 2 streams. You get to pick and choose. Dupree, that flashbang is on point. He didn't expect a second player to his left. You can see his aim shifted back as he assumed the Avenge frag would come in that cost him his life, but I'm not going to say anything wrong about that. That's the correct play, really, all things considered. Beautiful entry frags in the meanwhile from Penta. This much needed round is still in the balance. The scales are tipping back and forth. The seesaw of Counter-Strike continues. Astralis looking to take some weight away in terms of sheer pounds of health. Kiabee's M4 will do just that. But Mike S is on the prowl, on the lurk. Round the back. Kiabee, soon to be a dead man, potentially. Mike S is going to have to trek through the smoke, and in doing so, he puts himself in harm's way. He can hear the bomb being defused, actually gives his position away. Oh, Mike S is to the right, mate. It's to the right. What's going on? Oh, it's always rough through smoke, and he's going to pay the price of dying afterwards. 15-4. Penta are ripped in pepperonis. If I had the choice of any caster who would I want to work with, I think it's hard to say anyone other than Moses. Because I worked with him at Malmo, and the guy's like an absolute beast. And I feel like we complemented each other's styles very well. But there's a bunch of casters that I'd happily work with. But for a long time, he was kind of like the dream duo in that way to me. Oh, that nade! Shreds! I think that nade was like 100 to 150 health worth. Landed in monster, detonated in the face of Penta, nuke went off.
Bomb has been planted.
Another nade lands. That knocks Crystal down to 50. So everybody is 50 or thereabouts health and below. Astralis device is boosted up from his teammate of Dupree. Now coming in through short, so he's going in via the more bottleneck area at this stage of the round, lower with an important frag. It leaves Dupree having to tickle a bomb. He's not been long for this world. It's good for one kill, but no more. Device is just going to try and save his AK and his beautiful Gamma Doppler knife, which I desperately want and need in my life. Oh my god. Device, what are you doing? You've got a Gamma Doppler knife and the ugliest P2000 skin in the game. Is it Grassland or something? Why do you do this? There's no justice in the world, guys. Anywho, disgusting skins taken out of the equation. The Rice has actually been smoked off. There is a partial gap in the smoke. There's actually a second smoke ahead of him, just on the staircase, so Kirby is going to be having to watch his back. The problem is, who is watching Kirby's back? And the answer is Dupree. So this is a pretty cool triple back-watching affair. That sounds really weird out of context. I'm just going to move on. Doesn't seem to matter, though, because Kirby is going to put down the hammer onto Tarsin, and with 10 more rounds in a row required, this is looking a little bit shaky. There is a couple of Mag 7s. Mag 7 is definitely a viable weapon on overpass, as it is a lot more of maps, to be fair. You see this a lot on likes of Cobblestone, Mirage, it's seen plenty. It's a weapon that I would say over this 6 to 8 month period has seen a lot more play. At one point the shotguns were really never seen. Kirby with the spray, opportunistic at best, I think it's safe to say. And the molly, curious to see why he actually threw that incendiary in. Maybe assuming he'd get aggressed on from connector, but it seems a little bit wasted. I do have 2 monitors, yes. Glad you guys are enjoying it. I just thought I'd interact with you while I'm solo casting. Also saves me a little bit, saves my sanity. Here's the Mag 7 we were talking about. Oh, Zipnix, I thought could have got a kill extra, which should have changed a lot the dynamic of this round. Kirby on the cross is actually holding the back angle, lands 2 headshots. Actually just 2 frags outright. And now it's all on Crystal. And there is the headshot. It's all over for Penta after a fantastic first map. From their perspective, it goes horribly wrong. And it will end 1 apiece in this best of 2. I say best of 2, it's effectively 2 best of 1s. So that's the first match over with, ladies and gents. The second one is going to be Hellraisers up against Team Dignitas. And let me just bring up the league for you guys. I'm not bringing it up on stream, but just so I can read through this. So before today kicked off, Astralis were in 6th. I think they've just leapfrogged up to 3rd as a result of their win. They're currently 9-9. 9 wins, 9 losses. Dignitas, who are playing now up against Hellraisers, are 9-5. So they have played 4 less matches than Astralis. And already have a much better record than Astralis. Now, they're up against Hellraisers, who are nearly rock bottom. The only team that's performed worse than them is Flipside, who is 0-8. Hellraisers are 2-6. So tonight was actually really important for the Danes. If Dignitas can 2-0 this, they'll actually go into joint 2nd place with Ninjas and Pyjamas. So this is really, really important for the next matchup. But I'm going to save my voice, guys. If you want to stick around and join me for the next couple games, you are certainly welcome to come back or just stick around. I'm going to go back to a break, put some music on, and when I next go live, we'll have the next couple matches coming up. So I'll see you in a few. Hello ladies and gents, quick updates as we are waiting for some of the players to get on the server. Let me have a quick look at how many. We've got 9 or 10 on the server. We have a couple of coaches in the mix as well. So as soon as we are ready to jump live into Mirage, I will cut off the music and we'll get underway. Just stay tuned, stay patient, and we'll have Hellraisers and Dignitas facing off against each other in 2 maps, which is Mirage and Cobblestone, in just a few moments' time. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are about ready to jump underway in the pistol round between these 2 teams. How about we get this on? Let's do this. Dignitas and Hellraisers. We'll see Hellraisers starting on the CT side first and only occupying the map with a smoke and a kit. Other than that, it's pretty much going to be Kevlar alongside 3 USPs and the P2000. It's going to be Rubino who actually gets the first kill in this confrontation on the map on Bondic, leaving Angel in window to somewhat clean up with his USP. Double headshots coming onto config and MSL. So a good start for Hellraisers, although the bomb's been planted. Deadcock's next player to chime in for a frag, and Angel gets a quad in the pistol. Good work. Hellraisers take the first round, but as I said, Dignitas with the bomb plant have some decisions to make. A lot of teams at this point will just pretty much say, maybe call P250s, and that's going to be it. Rubino got the frag in the round, is probably the favourite to pick up something into this one. And he will go for a flash alongside a smoke. Dignitas, of course, hot off a pretty decent DreamHack Bucharest. I think they would have liked to have done the full distance, not quite able to. MSL with the Glock is going to put down the frags, and Angel lands a double nade as Water Director decides to crap the bed. So he missed a couple of those frags, but nonetheless, you get the general picture as to what happened. Pretty much a rinse. Dignitas will have AKs after that buy, and no real investment into the last one. So, let's see what we can get done. If the sound's delayed, try refreshing the stream, bro. Should fix it. Twitch has some issues with that sometimes. So Molly into App's going to keep Magic at bay for now. Behind him is the bomb carrier and a full invested AK-47 wielding terrorist side. Looking into underpasses MSL. Not going to see anything just yet. Dead Fox is up on the window. And then meanwhile, Styko is up on short. So, pretty standard setup from the CTs. Nothing out of the ordinary here. You've seen this 100 times before. Angel with the spray, though, will get the bomb drop from Cajun. So, a decent trade and loses only a quarter of his health. The process threw the smoke into the head of Rubino. What is that? Rubino, get wrecked. Is the call from Hellraiser. It's an Angel. He's on a bit of a stomp mission so far, adding to his already impressive amount of frags. Stiko on short. That's his work cut out for him. There's multiple angles that is just firing down on top of them. Dead Fox with a kill brings us down to a 2-on-2. MSL and Magic on the site have plenty of time to work with here. There's no real rush just yet. They know one player's in kitchen. And it stands to reason they're both there now. Magic spotted it. There's the first one. Comes back in with the spray down. Bondic will get put 6 foot under. Dignitas take round 3, forcing Hellraisers onto a potential eco. May have a couple of pistols with Kevlar brought up to equalise the economy somewhat, maybe for Dead Fox, but Bondic, Angel probably should be straight up ecoing here. He may very well just save so we can get an AWP into the next round. Angel's already on 9 frags, by the way. Dude is pulling out all the stops. Dignitas with a Tech 9. Stiko actually has a Zeus, so be curious to see what he tries to do with this weapon. Meanwhile, it's going to be the execute on to the A side. Galil in hand. Meanwhile, both Config and Rubino will be coming straight through mid towards the connector side. It's Dead Fox who will die first. Still, Bondic is actually hiding in the shadows and decides to push into Palace around the back of the terrorists. So, doubt they're going to expect this one. Obviously, none of them came through Palace. They'll have half a mind on this. MSL's actually looking in there. We'll get the kill. Intelligent play, making sure not to leave any stone unturned or unchecked. So, we'll finish off the frag. Laboured, but gets it in the end. Both players sub 10 health. Just 10 health between the two of them. Stiko and Zero. And both will die surely without getting any extra kills. There we go. Dignitas do navigate their way through the anti-eco round pretty well. Just losing the one player. That's Cajun, who's yet to frag so far. Does have an assist. There is an AWP in play. As I highlighted earlier, Dead Fox didn't buy anything. He had 4.3k in the last round. Decided not to even get a pistol. This does afford him an AWP, and he's got a decent spawn to peek into window if he so chooses, which I believe is exactly what's about to happen. Now, this could be a pretty important oh, he shifts too soon! It's the classic premature weapon switch that costs so many AWP as frags. Oh, he's not going to get a kill. That is so brutal to watch. You see this happen so often. The idea is that you shoot, you switch your weapons, so you can quickly scamper away, but he's shifted the weapon without shooting. Deary me. Would have almost guaranteed to have landed that frag. The player pushed out without smoke, without flashes. And now Zero in a 1-on-4 has got the first kill under his belt, but there's a lot of contention going to be coming his way. One of which is Config on 7, who's actually on short. So if I just dart across to his perspective, you can see that he doesn't quite know where Zero is. So if Zero spots him, he will take that AWP away. Oh, Config's lost it. I don't think either terrorists are actually close enough to salvage this weapon. They're going to be scampering towards it. MSL's going to be close, but no cigar. So actually a pretty important pick at the end. That's $4,750 that effectively evaporates into thin air, never to be seen from again. So Hellraisers do at least take down a fair bit of money with them. I can't get over how beautiful Rubino's knife is. Like I say, it's every time I cast him because it's just so good. Dude has a crazy inventory. Inventory, however you want to say it. Either way, Hellraisers will be onto pistols. No flashes, nothing to navigate their way out into a sticky situation, but they do have a 4-player stack on A. I always like to see stacks in these kind of rounds. I feel like rolling the dice and trying to catch the enemy unaware is always a good thing. And it appears that Dead Fox is about to find out that there is a hit waiting in the wings. 2 players up from underpass, the other 2 from mid. The smoke's going to keep the short player unable to see anything. Bonnet should get the drop on his first player. It's going to be Rubino who goes down, not able to salvage the AK-47 just yet. And now 0, your last remaining CT, was on B and still is to an extent. He's going to be looking to come up short with his CZ. May very well just look for an exit. I can't really see him doing a great deal out of this round. So what do you guys reckon? I know there's not too many of you here in chat right now, but what do you reckon the score's going to be? Again, it's Mirage and it's Cobblestone. I feel Cobblestone heavily favours Dignitas. It's a map they're actually pretty solid on. They had a bit of a shock result at Bucharest against Flipside, where I think they lost 16-9 if memory serves me correctly. I was casting that game, which was a massive shock. But typically, Dignitas are a very solid Cobblestone team. I think Mirage is the map where maybe Hellraisers have the better chance of getting a map. But I've already said this before, that Hellraisers are in the bottom 2 teams right now in the EPL. Dignitas are currently 9-5, and if they win both of today's games, they will be up towards 2nd place, which is where Nip are, although I believe Nip are playing tonight as well. So that'll be on the main stream if you guys want to hop across. Not sure if it started yet or not, but I think Nip are playing against G2. Flash on point, Angel will get the kill. Reap the rewards of a perfect utility. Oh, Config actually is turning around. Lands a couple of shots into Sticko. That's going to land himself the frag. And now Angel, Bondic and Zero, who are already in dire straits at the start of the round, are even in worse. Angel has the up for himself, but him and Bondic just want to save, and Hellraiser's woes continue. It doesn't look as though right now the signs are looking good for them to get any more points on the board in this EPL season. Bondic, nice shots. Looking for another one. Cajun B is there. To be fair, if he hadn't landed the AK headshot through the box, I believe Bondic was close to burning alive. But Dignitas have taken a 5-2 lead nonetheless. Is Dignitas allowed to cheat? That's a question, though. Angel's still top fragging, even though his team have been battered. It must be said that he picked up the bulk of his kills in those opening 2 rounds. He got a 4K in the pistol. After that, I think he found himself 2 or 3. Dead Fox with 2. Could be good for a 3rd one. Going to be taken away from him from 0. And what a hold this is for Hellraisers. They had basically nothing into this round. And there's Dead Fox with the flick. Nice work, Hellraisers. And that's going to do the world of good to their economy. And ultimately in Eco, they take the round. They take a bunch of the weapons away from Dignitas' corpses and make them their own. So you can see suddenly their economy is boosted to around 4 to 5k along every one of them. Bondic, who was the only player to die. So they will have another buy in the next round. This is the way that Hellraisers can claw their way back into this. Dead Fox should take a bow. That was a pretty sick round. Nice pistol work with the deagle and the upshot. So, gives Hellraisers a lifeline. Gives them a chance to get back into this game. Dignitas probably angry at themselves at this stage for losing that round, and pretty much just a single column going out of connector. That is one way to definitely play into the pistols. And SL's going to be pop flashing into connector. This allows Config, or Rubino, pardon me, to go right in after it, but Angel was holding the tight angle. Config lands the one tap partially through the smoke. Angel goes down. Looking for a second one, gets the spray onto Sticko. MSL. Oh, MSL spins around. The IGL is on fire. He is wrecking fools left, right, and centre. Huge, huge picks. But now Dead Fox, the player, the hero of the last round on the Hellraisers squad, I should say. Hellraisers, I guess that's technically correct. They're on the rise right now. Is going to put down another kill. 2-on-2, 40 seconds to play with, and the bomb is out in a sketchy position. Cajun B now going to be coming up from Kitchen. Will get the up hand onto Bondic, leaving Dead Fox all by his lonesome. He's clearly feeling it right now. Oh, he narrowly missed out on that shot. That looked on to me. Just CS things, I guess. Magic on one side. Cajun on the other. And Dead Fox refuses to be the sandwich filling. He is in this to win it. And the Deagle lands! Dead Fox with a 4K and a beautiful clutch. Hellraisers owe a great deal to this man. They owe a debt. And it will be collected at some point. Oh my goodness, Dead Fox. The plays. Up to 10 frags, but each and every one of them have been massively impactful. The bulk of his kills over these last 2 rounds. From strength to strength. Dignitas can still afford another buy, but I'm going to keep on board with Dead Fox, because why wouldn't you after the way he's been playing? There's a TK, Magic, Rex, MSL. There's been a flurry of sick Counter-Strike. MSL's double frag that he got as short was also crazy tasty. But that's in the past. Dead Fox now relocating into Connector, previously seen in Jungle. This is to mitigate the smoke that was tossed out by Dignitas. Bomb still ticking in amongst the flurry of action. Zero CT boxes, seeing what he can get done, and there's the first frag, goes his way. Looking for a second one, lands it onto Tetris. This forces Rubino out into the open, and surely he's not long for this world. The flash is in his face, the bomb is being diffused amongst everything else, and down Rubino goes. And of course it's Dead Fox, why wouldn't it be? The one Deke. Hellraisers now with 3 back-to-back rounds. Another bomb plant. Dignitas could get Tech-9 armors. Or Deagles also works. Of course, it used to always be Tech-9 armors. Now we're seeing a lot more Deags in play. The idea is very much the same. It's a partial buy to equalize the economy. With the round loss bonus, they'll have more than enough for AKs. They can even afford an AWP if they so choose in the next round. But also with Deagles, there is a gateway back into this round anyway. They could win this, even though you can see the equipment value is very much in favour of the counter-terrorists. 31, just shy of 32k. Oh, the spray through the wooden panels has wrecked config down to 5. But 32k plays 5k, basically. So, it's a long shot. That grenades knocks Magic down a peg or two to 48. Bomb still dropped towards the T-spawn. Dignitas have actually got themselves onto the site, and if they had the bomb at this stage, they'd be able to plant pretty easily. Dead Fox is going to put an end to this nonsense with a double frag of his own, padding the stats somewhat. These have been the least impactful frags we've seen so far from him, and that's saying something. Rubino last player. Again, the bomb. I mean, just look where it is, back here. If they had this earlier when they pushed the site, they would have had the bomb easily planted, but that's a lot of hypotheticals. Easier said than done. Of course, Dignitas would have expected more of a presence on A for Hellraisers. Didn't want to drop the bomb out of nowhere. Rubino can hear footsteps to his right-hand side. Of course, he's going to assume this. He was last seen on A site. So it stands to reason he's be waiting for him, sprayed out. Rubino was so up and down in Bucharest, had crazy performances, but a couple of lackluster ones, so maybe he has a point to prove to himself. So he goes to this bomb, though. Zero is going to peek in. And out goes Sticko, and you can see that he really was the man that completely caught Rubino off guard. He could hear the footsteps and just sees him leaping through the air. But it was Zero from the CT boxes that will secure it, I believe, in the end. Regardless, Hellraisers, after losing 5 in a row, have regained the lead. 6-5 in the lead now. So, Dignitas only have Rubino, who's going to be playing fake, I assume. He's going to be smoking towards jungle stair side. He's getting killed. It's a bit of a laboured battle, but one that's going to be won handedly by Hellraisers, and you can see the positions of Dignitas at this point. They're not able to capitalize on this momentary weakness, as Hellraisers had committed 3 players over onto A, but because Dignitas was still in mid when all that action occurred, not necessarily anyone's fault. Rubino just got pushed through ramp as he was about to set up for a next play, but these things happen, and it's how Dignitas can bounce back from this. MSL's a very intelligent leader. you better believe he has some things up his sleeve. But now Angel's going to go aggressively into Cajun B. They're going to line up for him. He's going to get 1 kill. But the Avenge frag on the side of the terrorist. Magic, in the meanwhile, gets picked up. Courtesy of Zero, who looks to try and shift his aim to the forehead of MSL. It's Dead Fox now that's next to see action. And Config with his AK-47. He's going to have to go pretty ballistic if he wants to clutch this. There's the first headshot. Sticko's given his position away. Fake has kicked through. Here's the footsteps, and he knew where the last player was. Hellraisers with yet another round. That's 5 in a row for them. So spree killings back and forth. If you want to follow the pattern, this is probably where Dignitas start to take the lead again. With full round loss bonus and a healthy dosage of kills on top of it, there will be another buy for the Danes, plus Norwegian. This is looking like it's going to be a full-on A play. Now, I like this call because Hellraisers time and time again have been a bit lax on their A defense. We've seen before Dignitas walking on there with Deagles by and large. So I think they know this site may be right for the taking. The problem is, on their execute, they've been stalled a couple of times, and now here come the frags, and not a second too late. As far as Dignitas are concerned, there's still so much time left on the board. They've already got 2 picks. Cajun B caught in 2 minds as to where he wants to plant this. He has cover from the rest of his team, so the bomb is going to go down. But Bino's not going to be long for this world. I was about to say, you can see the Tracer bullets just coming on through, and Dead Fox will put him down. Only one angle, really, that Rubino could have been at that stage. That cost him his life. MSL's going to drop his weapon, his Galil, so we can pick up the AK-47, but Sticko's already there! It begs the question, why would you drop your Galil that soon before getting there? Like, the AK's in Palace, sure. But that's a good 5 or so seconds where you're basically disarmed. I mean, sure, you don't expect a player to be in Palace at that stage. Understandable, but I feel like that's just reckless. Like, it's not... I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around it and it's hurting. So, Cajun B into the next round. We'll leg Dead Fox. Unfortunate, but Dead Fox scampers away with 17 health. Spamming through, of course, he's going to land the shot into Dead Fox. Through the smoke, why the hell not? I mean, it makes sense to spray in there. You don't really lose anything. Angel's going to use this smoke to his advantage now, though, just peering over the top of it. The problem is that gives his position away thoroughly, and he will be dispatched with haste, as will Bondic. Again, Sticko does catch a player out in the smoke, as he's switching weapons. Nearly transfers for a second frag. Will finally get one onto Magic. Now, MSL and Rubino. Up against Sticko and Zero. Both of which will be coming from the side of Connector and Jungle. This is such a ballsy wraparound for Rubino. Look at how long this is taking him out of the action. If Hellraiser at this stage had just forced onto the site, this could have got really bad. But as it stands, it still could be. Because it's a 1-for-1 trade. And now Sticko is going to go for the defuse. Rubino has to spray through there. And you can see him shifting weapons every couple of seconds, keeping the bullets fresh in the chamber. Dignitas take it back to a 7-7. This is a solid half already from a T's perspective, but they'll definitely be eyeing up an 8th. And the fact that Hellraiser's economy is in such a state, as we can see, suggests that could very well become a reality. 5-7 from ASUMP, CZ and Scouts. Not many grenades. Angel still joint top fragging with 17 alongside Config. Dead Fox on 15. And here comes the aggro play again. This time Config had sussed out, but still gets on the receiving end of a battering. In the meanwhile, Dead Fox is going to try and channel us in at NBK. Lands one tap, lands the second as well. The Scout is so potent in these kind of positions. And Dignitas have conceded the first 2 kills on opposite sides of the map. This doesn't really tell Hellraisers a great deal, but now that Rubino's got the opening pick on the A site for his team, he could go for a second. And what may really screw with him is that the kill that came down on the A side before onto Config was actually the player he picked off. So he wasn't expecting his second one to be in ramp. Cajun B, AWP in hand, 1 on 3. Surely going to get picked off by CT boxes any second now. Dead Fox actually gives his position away. Cajun, you really don't envy being in his position here. This is such a brutal place to be. Sticko's going to extinguish the molly. You can hear footsteps again. Dead Fox are on the side. Knows exactly what Dead Fox is, but Dead Fox jumps up with the scout. Lands the shot. And Hellraisers will have the lead at halftime, 8-7. What's up, guys? I'm just going to chill with you guys in chat. Solo casting is tiring business. You got any questions or any topics you have in mind? Fire them across. Let's get some conversation going. Dead Hacks. Solid player, isn't he? Impressing me so far, I've got to say. Been looking good. Godfox. I feel like Godfox is solid. It's a pretty solid nickname.
Counter-terrorists win.
I think this will win this. I think Dignitas should take this 2-0. I think Hellraisers, the likes of Dead Fox, and Angel, these guys are really solid on the city side, especially Dead Fox. I think he's really good when he can be more of a static AWPer. Effectively say, you know, come at us, bros, with his AWP and Deagle and such. But it always comes down to that age-old problem in Counter-Strike, where even if you have a fantastic half of Counter-Strike, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to transition across to the second half. It doesn't mean it's going to translate to the second half, you know? Time and time again, we see a player perform godlike CS in the first half and then just kind of wane off the second one. Now, I'm not so sure that Dead Fox, who... Let's also keep in mind that... I don't have the stats with me, but I'm pretty sure that like 90% of his kills have came off Deagles or AWPs. Is he going to be able to rinse and repeat that when he's aggressing onto sites? When he's going into crossfires, when there's heavy smoke down in front of him? I'm not so sure, and I think they're basing a lot off him right now. So I feel Dignitas will have a really solid CT half. I can see this ending like 16-11, somewhere like that. What do you guys reckon? Am I talking out my ass? Maybe. Newcastle, Newcastle. Cheers, bro. Because I just got... Basically, if you guys don't know, I casted at DreamHack Bucharest. I got back home yesterday at like 4 PM. And then had to do some stuff. Like, you know, adult stuff. Real life stuff. And then basically went to bed. I woke up and then casting again, so I'm kind of tired, especially solo casting, because you don't have a co-cast to bounce off, right? Like to have conversations and whatnot with. But that's as a result of me derping and forgetting that Dust was off to travel to England today, and I didn't get a replacement caster sorted, so that's my bad. I'm a scrub. Here we go, blocks out, and Angel actually lands the headshot, instant tap onto config, so that's a pretty decent start. Dead Fox through the window. And Sticko as well. So Magic and Rubino have the crazy task of landing these frags. There's Rubino with 2. If he'd landed a third, that would have been absolutely crazy. How is he still alive? And what's the point? How does he get a third kill? What is happening here? Hellraisers, behave. This round should have been yours on the golden platter. How are you even in this round still with the potential to lose? Magic, 1v2. Sticko will land the frag and dig Hellraisers out a very, very deep hole. So Dignitas concede the pistol, but Hellraisers, that was far from clinical Counter-Strike. That was very worrying until the bitter end. Nah, adult stuff is just boring. Like, you know, cleaning, washing, all that kind of boring stuff. So, here we go. Deagle's 5-7. Dignitas. MSL spots 2 or 3 players coming through, but let's go flash. So, he's going to know this is going to be the fast B play. There's no doubt about that. Cajun with Deagle. Sticko will make sure Magic can't get around the back of them. And get the pincer into effect. Bondic going to be getting the bomb planted, and Config pushes in. Next player to fall. Cajun B in the kitchen alongside Rubino. So can Rubino emulate what he did last time and get 3 kills with 1 taps? A lot harder situation to be in, it has to be said. And to make matters worse, Sticko's read this situation perfectly. So down goes Rubino. Cajun's looking for some exit frags. We'll check this. Doesn't matter because Dead Fox will. And Hellraisers with a 10-7 lead. For me, things could quickly change when Dignitas have rifles, though. So Hellraisers get the second pistol. You're expecting them to get the subsequent rounds. So at 11-7, that's where I'm expecting the game to go back on again. But no doubt Hellraisers have done a lot better already than I expected them to. That's certainly the case. Magic's on 2 for 13. Oh dear. That needs to change. So write that down. 2 for 13. Let's see what he ends with. I feel if Dignitas are going to win this, he needs to be getting up there towards 15 frags. So let's see. Is that going to happen? Hellraisers will have a free site to contend on B. In fact, there will be no contention. This is going to be the site going their way with a bomb plant. And again, I always like this. I like the idea of a stack, a full-on stack from the CTs in this kind of situation. It really comes down to a 50-50. If Hellraisers go onto that site with the CZ and the USPs alongside it, there's every chance that Dignitas can cause an upset, or at least take a bunch of weapons away. So I like the idea. It doesn't work this time. Nice aim, Sticko. Just flicking back and forth for the 1-tap, finishing with style. Beautiful work. That's a lot of money as well. 4 kills in the round. He's up to 9.3k. Probably will just keep on to his UMP, I assume. Realizing there may be some head armorless CTs. There actually isn't. They've gone for all head armor, and this is going to hurt their grenade total a little bit. Also no kits. So this is the round I was talking about before. How are Dignitas going to commit to this? And the answer is Cajun's going to get picked off instantly. Dead Fox nearly with a second one. Config playing with fire. Needs to be very careful he doesn't get burnt in connector. He will just about use that smoke to escape. But it surprises me that Dignitas would even go for these early peaks. Like, you must know that Hellraisers will have an AWP. Dead Fox loves the AWP. He's going to use it whenever he can. So it's very surprising to me that Cajun would go for that pick with the M4. So, right off the bat, they're playing themselves into a corner. An incendiary and a flash. Let's have a look at Magic. Like, how soon is he going to see these players? That's, of course, if Hellraisers even decide to come in to the B site, because they could easily just go back through underpass. So he's seen a bunch of them. He got flashed as well. And he is pretty much the last line of defense for the time being. MSL through kitchen has rapidly moved himself in. Magic with 1. That's all he can get out of this round. MSL now from short side. Oh, pardon me, it was short side, not kitchen. Doesn't matter anyway. He's going to get a bullet to the face. And Rubino is the next contestant. And he's not going to get it done. So Hellraisers have got the first rifle round of the second half under their belt. And I've got to say, I thought Dignitas would have this map pretty convincingly. Now I'm starting to believe Hellraisers can take this. This so far has been a flawless T-half, and Dignitas have no economy to really mount a come back in this round at least. I feel like this would be more of a mistake for Hellraisers. They're going to go for a 3-1-1 formation, although that can quickly shift, but the one player in mid is going to be Cajun again, who hasn't been able to get his hands on an AWP so far. This leaves Magic on his own on the B side with the Deagle. So Cajun, thick smoke in his face, can't see a single thing. He's just going to be playing possum for now, just playing super passive, and we'll get him headshotted as soon as he keeps round. Sticking the meanwhile with a spray down. Hellraiser is looking great. Makes you wonder why they're second bottom in the EPL at this point, just above Flipside, who've had a bit of a horror show. What a one-tap that is from Rubino, though, with the CZ. I mean, really, the call at this stage is just save the AK. Top fragging by a margin. By far the best performing CT on the second half is Rubino. There's another one. Sticko has plenty of funds to play with, no big deal. Zero is the next player alongside Dead Fox that are going to be traversing their way into the eyes of Rubino, who gets the first headshot, turns, and Dead Fox with the running deke through a wall. Why the hell not? We'll take the AK away. And now this is going to be the first round where we see an open play for Dignitas. And it's going to be Magic who actually takes this. So I assume Magic's going to be on the B site by himself then. Plot thickens. How are they going to play this? Yeah, okay. So Magic's going to be taking the AWP by himself on the B site, looking into B apps, and this is going to be a fast mid play. Alrighty then. Makes a little bit more sense now. The thing is though, have a quick peek here. They've stacked mid, and now this has allowed the terrorists to funnel their way through Palace, and they've got the opening picks. It's so important that Config does some serious work. He's good for one, MSL with two. And Dignitas and their play, so far, has seemed to work. But it's on a razor's edge. They've still got to close this round out. They've put down the hard work. A decent amount behind them, but they've got to get these next couple of frags, especially because this map may very well tilt off the face of the planet if they don't win this round. Sticko going first, has spotted Cell, will get the kill too, and only loses 28 health, so he gets it clean. Cajun from the side, 45 seconds as well, so it's not even a guarantee at this point that Hellraisers certainly pull the trigger on A. They could easily wrap around, but they do go for it, and Dead Fox can get the plant. However, he's now by himself, but the way he's been playing, you would not put it against him to clutch this round. Cajun's going to be coming from Connector, where Magic comes from CT boxes, and Dead Fox has landed it. Surely not Dignitas, you can't lose this. Dead Fox goes for the flick, and Magic will get the kill and the clutch. Dignitas are not doing themselves any favours here though, and you can see they've won the round but they lose 4 players. It's going to be a fairly poor buy. M4 dropped across. Magic will retain the AWP. Grenades across the boards. That is one time where NT in chat is certainly applicable. Dead Fox nearly pulling that clutch out of nowhere. That would have been nuts. But Magic, who was on 3 kills at the start of this half, has only moved up to 4. I said before, if Dignitas were going to get this back in their favour, they'd probably be looking at Magic to be one of the players to deliver. But he is the B player, and sometimes that's a rough position to play on, especially if it's heavy A centric from the terrace, which it has been so far. And you saw there that a couple of players got picked off. Dead Fox is next one up, and there's the shot. He continues to impress even when his team are losing rounds. Zero, the meanwhile, from underpass, gets the spray down, keeping this round alive in the minds of Hellraisers. Rubino trades out to the AK-47 that was dropped in Palace, and meanwhile, alongside that, Dead Fox is moving the bomb through T-spawn over on B. So, let's have a look at Magic, because he is the player you have to feel. If Hellraisers continue to force the issue over, he is going to be the man to deliver. But it looks as though the terrorists aren't that interested. Instead, they want underpass. And they're going to go for a boost, I think. You can see them looking up to window. Normally gives away what their intentions are. You can almost see the cogs turning in the minds of Hellraisers. Zero. Well, rip. I was about to say, he's about to see some action onto Cajun B, but Cajun will best him. 15 seconds. Molly goes down. That's going to force Cajun out into the open, but he had actually already crossed. You can see that completely caught Dead Fox off guard. So, Dignitas, keeping their heads above water for now, will be an eco. It's going to be one of the calmest rounds, you have to assume, they're going to have. AK-47 for Bondic. Still has enough money to buy in the next round. So he is the power play. He is the man. They're going to be resting on to try and get some entries. Into Palace he goes. Rubino's on A by himself, but they do have two players in window. Conflict just dropped out. Back into connector, so come back with the rest of his team, and Bondic has done his job. He's got the opening pick. Unfortunately for the terrorists, they can't get their hands on the AK just yet. It's out behind enemy lines, but a pick is a pick, and that's going to make A very vulnerable. What they're assuming at this point, Hellraiser, I think, is that Dignitas are going to over-rotate. And in doing so, they want to try and play some mind games, potentially go on to B, maybe get through underpass. Now, originally, the rotation did come in. Cajun B on the CT side now, with MSL, who's still on ladder. So Hellraiser's ploy has, so far, been fruitful, but it's hard to get too carried away in this round, because all things considered, they still have, by and large, Glocks with the AK. Magic's going to land the one frag, then pull back. But more importantly, it's information gathered. MSL now should be in for kills, left, right, and center. Two of them come in. But Bondic with a second kill, and he's looking for a third. Remember, any kills at this stage that go against the CTs is money that they're burning. And that's going to catch up with Dignitas eventually. But two frags, honestly, is not too bad for Dignitas. Double up play now. Cajun's going to have one, Magic with the other. Heavy investment, but Dignitas have decided this is the moment. This is where we make our stand. Do or die. So 3 ups in total. Dead Fox will have his hands on one. Let's see what his up is like in terms of spawn. Not great. Can still look into window though. Which he will. Angel catches a bullet for him. And Bondic returns the favour onto Config. So, the plot thickens. Doesn't necessarily favour either team as there's 2 ups and Dignitas. Typically a 1-for-1 trade I'd say favours terrorists, but I feel like with this setup it's still very much in the balance. Especially look at where Magic is. He hasn't been here yet. No one from Dignitas has been here other than MSL, but he's playing more inside the ladder room / window, looking down into mid. It's a spot that typically a lot of players will use. Likes of Edward, for example, is unbelievably strong on catwalk side. This is a really important position as well. Rubino's got a lot of information here. If he decides to push around the back of the T spawn at some point, he's going to get even more info. But the problem is that Dead Fox has got a pick on connector, and now Rubino's position in many ways becomes even more important because he is now the man that can hold off A. I think he just heard some movement on balcony just outside as well, so he's even more antsy at this stage. You can see him spinning around. He has no idea what's about to come at him. But when he comes around the corner and lands the headshot, and because Hellraiser's had no one in Palace the whole time, it's understandable they check that. So Rubino falls down. A huge chance in this round goes with him. But MSL are going to try and lead by example. Through connector. 2 plays 2. MSL with the flash. Player on Tetris. That's going to be Dead Fox with his AWP. The other one's in ramp. That's Bondic. Can Dead Fox get a frag before falling? The answer is a no. And now what does Bondic have up his sleeve? The answer is absolutely nothing. MSL, with the retake of dreams, keeps Dignitas in this. And again, of course, whoever I switch on the T side dies. The curse is real. That was a heavy investment of a round with double AWPs, but they make it work. And I guess that's another way, I'm like, Magic has to step things up. Well, if MSL just starts playing like complete psycho, I guess that can work too. 21 frags MSL, 21 Rubino, 19 Config, 14 Cajun, everyone pulling their weight, whereas it is kind of the Dead Fox and Angel show on the side of Hellraisers. Rubino out for the rest of his team, just in towards Shadow. OMG MSL, that was pretty sexy, right? Pretty good Counter-Strike, not gonna lie, I enjoyed that. Mixing things up again. Haven't really seen MSL on short so far. Pretty passive play from the terrorists as well. I mean, they only have one smoke to play with. Only Bondik has a smoke. They've got plenty of flashbangs. Just the one smoke. So let's see where they're going to throw this down. Also Molotov, but it's Bondik that's carrying both. So if he gets picked off, that's a lot of utility that goes with him. You can hear the smokes being tossed out from the CTs. Still unsure. No real information gathered from either team. Now MSL's been flashed a couple of times. We're throwing an incendiary. That's a huge incendiary at that. It's going to stop the charge from Dead Fox. He's going to go for the spray. Sticko just on the edge of the on the fire. This is going to do the damage. Angel domes Cajun. And now Rubino stuck in kitchen must be like, what the hell am I supposed to do now, boys? We're on the brink of loss. They have such little utility, and now he's playing for exits and not much else. I mean, maybe what he's going to do here is going to try and wait and hope the terrorists will filter out away from kitchen. He can try and ninja this. Now Sticko's checked it. That's no longer a possibility. I just wonder if that idea came into his mind. I'll stand here in kitchen, and if everyone runs away on towards short, I'm going to go out and ninja this bomb. Well, doesn't matter. Pause comes in. Dignitas in a position that they could just outright lose from this. Now, they have 3k across the board, apart from Cajun, who's on 1400. So if they did want to go for a force, you could have a couple of UMPs in there, maybe a FAMAS, maybe a Scout, a Deagle or two. It's the question now for Dignitas is, do you want to play for overtime or do you want to play to try and win this? For me personally, the way that Hellraisers have just been honestly wrecking them on this T sides, I feel like you probably want more weapons for Dignitas here. And the fact that MSL has just picked up a P250, I think, gives away what's about to happen. They're not going to go for the force buy. If they're going to go for a force, MSL wouldn't be getting that P250. You'd be getting something like a UMP or a FAMAS or whatever. So they're going to be saving, or at least just partially buying, and then they're going to be going all in from 15-11 onwards. If, of course, Hellraisers take this round as you expect. So, those of you that said Dignitas would win, are you still sure about that? Would you like to change your minds? Change your opinion, maybe? Who's the caster? I met this. What's up? Right, so the pauses came and gone. As expected, Dignitas, well, I say as expected, I was kind of 50-50 whether they'd buy or not, but as soon as I saw that P250, I knew what was happening. So as expected in that case, they are going to go for a partial buy. You can see they're pretty spread out. Typically when they've been in these kind of scenarios, they've actually stacked A pretty convincingly with 3 or 4 players, but this time more standard. And Bondik, look at him. So very aggro. Not respecting Dignitas, and why the hell not? He's been performing very well out of Palace area. I think it was him that was firing a couple shots down range from Palace. Now he's going to back away. Of course, with so much time left, doesn't really mean anything to Dignitas. He could just be playing with their emotions and hiding in Palace. And later on, Angel's going to be banking the molly, making sure no one's close range on the right-hand side of ramp. Which, to be fair, a lot of CT sides will actually do that. They'll realise that likes of the CZ, the 5.7 are very potent close range, and the further you get away, the weaker they are. So they'll play those kind of off angles, those kind of positions you don't expect. Understandable why you throw that molly out. They still have 3 mollies and a bunch of grenades to play with. Better safe than sorry at the end of the day. Oh, Dead Fox and the rest of Hellraiser is starting to make a move. 28 seconds. This is also quite worrying. At this kind of stage, they may not check an angle, and that's where a pistol can strike from. MSL's up on the boost. These are the kind of positions I'm talking about. Hellraisers may very well be playing themselves into a horrible position. Bondix dive. He's also dropped the bomb. Here comes MSL with 2. Looking for a third one, but he's not going to get it this time around. Occasion is going to land the headshot somehow into the second player, but he's done so much damage onto Angel that one bullet from either of these pistols will end his life. And herein lays the issue, ladies and gents, of playing with 30 seconds left and executing onto a site. Things are then left open. Things are then left to chance. You're hoping the CTs haven't stacked it. You're hoping they're not onto precarious little corners. Maybe it's not going to end up mattering at the end of the day. Config's going to go down and Hellraisers have held on. It was looking so ominous for Hellraisers, but Dignitas unable to execute the weakened Hellraisers monster. And in doing so now, they're playing for 4 rounds for overtime. This is what the pause was for. Not just for the call of do we buy or save, but what they do in this round. But man, Hellraisers was that close. Way too close for comfort. Alright. Dignitas, do you have it within you to pull us back to overtime? Of course, I know they do. At Bucharest, they came back from deficits time and time again against VP. These guys held on after getting stomped on their choice of map of Cobblestone. They actually beat them on Mirage after some crazy performances on the T side. We haven't really seen that today. So again, you can't really base a great deal off previous performances, but we know we have seen this performed by them in the past. Magic's woes have continued. He only got 3 kills at the end of the first half. He's now only on 6. So there's no doubts in my mind that if Magic, you know, is stepping up around the same level as the rest of his team, Dignitas would already won this game. I don't really have any doubts about that. Hellraisers looking to try and filter through Connector and seemingly going to be leaving this one close as well. And whereas last time Dignitas didn't really have any utility to stop them, this time they do. The bomb's been dropped already, and I've got a question, Hellraisers. What's happening here? You've got to start to get explosive. You can't just sit back and wait. This is where Dignitas are going to jump all over you. Now Cajun B goes next in with UMP frags and just ranks them. Unreal UMP work. Cajun B, take a bow. That was beautiful. But again, Hellraisers. Dude, hurry up. I don't know if it was indecision or what happened. There's a couple of well-placed grenades from the Danes, but at the same time, Hellraisers should be more explosive in that round, surely. And I can see that Angel's low on economy. So this is going to be a passing by. This very well could go down into the 30th round. Cajun with the first frag. Heavy mid presence has been shown, and Config's going to line them up and knock them down. Dominoes have fallen. Bondic now with his Deagle will get the upper hand. Rubino does a backflip to death. Lands on his neck. Rip in peppers, mate. And now Bondic on 7. I mean, surely he doesn't get MSL here. MSL, you've got to put him down. 1 bullet ends Bondic. What is happening? How is he still alive? I mean, Bondic is living on borrowed time, and finally he's going to pay the price. He's going to get bodied. Dignitas, 2 more rounds required for overtime. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. MSL's 26 and 21. Again, surprising how well he's been fragging, but take nothing away from him. MSL is a player that has shown that he has the ability, just not the consistency. But he really is stepping up to a different level this game for them. And he's the first player to fall. Of course he is. Why wouldn't he be after I've just sung his praises? Dead Fox gets him. Dead Fox has been a bit quiet the last few rounds, but he still finds himself on 28 frags. That goes to show how dominant he was in the early stages of this half, and indeed the entirety of the CTs. Config answers back once again. Config has definitely been a player that stood up big on the CT side. And our Magic was toying with the idea of maybe pushing up the B-apps. Could get him killed though, because Zero is laid there in the way. Cajun spots Sticko and didn't instantly shoot, actually waited for the right moment to strike. So very intelligent play by Cajun. It's going to be Bondic again. He's looking at Palace. He's done this so many times. I feel like Dignitas will be one step ahead of him. Maybe a sense of predictability now coming in for Hellraisers. Zero through into B-apps. Magic is there on his right-hand side. This flash is going to go straight past him. And Magic should very well get both these kills. Indeed he does. Moves on to 10 frags. Everybody else for Dignitas on 20 and above. Last round of regulation. The 30th round will see Hellraisers with 3 pistols, a UMP and an AK-47. This has overtime written all over it. Dignitas, who are looking dead and buried on this map, now have a real chance of bringing it back. At that point, again, you've got to say, tenacity on these guys is unreal. But let's not take this away from Hellraisers just yet. Because they still have enough firepower to make this work. They've still won rounds in these kind of buys before today against Dignitas. So Lightning could strike twice. What a depressing time that would be for Dig. Standard formation, 2-1-2. We'll see Config in mid with his AK. The AWP of Cajun is on the CT box side. Assault rifles playing elsewhere. Bomb drops outside of B apps. 1 minute to play with. Magic, who's consistently been up on these kind of situations, has changed it up. And plus he's also had AWPs in B apps. So that's definitely going to play in the back of Hellraiser's minds. They can't take anything for granted at this stage. I wouldn't be surprised if Zero checks both sides. Yep, he just checks to his right hand side. Make sure Magic's not up super close. We're now getting to 30 seconds, ladies and gents, and Hellraisers have been here before. These late executes typically have not worked at all. MSL could be baiting for the rest of his team, and he is. Magic is going to go off with 2 frags. He's not going to get any more. Angel's doing serious work with the AK-47. The problem is, he's got 15 seconds. The bomb's dropped out to his left-hand side. He's going to get another frag, but is it going to be enough? Rubino, in the meanwhile, is going to put down his tag team partner, Sticko. 10 seconds. Angel has to stick onto this side. He's going to get the bomb plant, but it's what happens afterwards that's going to mean everything, potentially, to Dignitas. And it's going to be Rubino who takes us into overtime. 15-15. Hellraisers had every chance to take that map outright and cause another upset for this evening, but instead, overtime is where we go. Hellraisers will be devastated. What do you even say about that? Well, I'll tell you what, one thing I'll say is Config and MSL, I mean, they should take a bow, because both those guys played crazy Counter-Strike on CT side. Like, unreal amounts of carry. MSL consistently on the CT side was landing huge frags, like the opening picks, was playing aggro, was changing his position. Config was getting great spray downs around window and connector. These guys were teeing off, and without those, Dignitas would have lost this, guaranteed. So, will they continue that? Does someone else need to step up? Hellraisers, they can't rest so hard on Dead Fox. I was curious if Dead Fox would really get any frags on the T side, because a lot of his kills were coming off the back of static plays. But all credit to him, he continued on the T side. Problem is that no one else was really there for him. Dudes, I've been solo casting now for hours. I'm so hungry. Of course, we get the overtime. Like, I love Counter-Strike. I love overtimes. I'm so excited for this, but at the same time, my body hates me. This is best of 5. Not quite, mate. Not quite. It's 2 best of 1. So, obviously, this is Mirage, and then next map is Cobblestone. I personally feel that Cobblestone is almost a guaranteed map for Dignitas. This was the map I thought Hellraisers had a chance on. What's your take, guys? The AWP new sounds, yay or nay? Are you a fan of the Thunder, or do you prefer the old AWP sound? I'll be curious to see. I'm kind of torn on it. I do like it, but I kind of, at the same time, felt like the old AWP sound was just fine the way it was. Anyway, here we go. First to 19 will be the victor. If we go to 18 apiece, it will be second overtime. 10k for both teams, start money. CT's economy will be in tatters if they lose a couple of rounds here, so still on a razor's edge for both teams. Hard to call, but of course momentum-wise and mentality-wise, and the fact that we know that Dignitas are such a headstrong team, I feel like the advantage definitely in their favour. I thought would be a better AWP sound than this new one. not entirely sure on that one, but sure, why not? Seems like there's quite a few nays out there. Now I'm seeing nays. Dead Fox, though, is going to put the new AWP sound to work. Config becomes a dead man. Zero on the cross as well. We'll get the frag. And, well, Dignitas with 2 players left. As I said before, the economy is very sketchy and overtime for the CTs especially. Want to save the 2 weapons they have, especially considering they've got 12.3k worth of equipment value. They don't want to go to waste. So, Hellraisers will draw first blood in overtime. And credit to them, a fast B hit pays out very well. A solid play. So, what's your predictions for this overtime then, boys and girls? You reckon Hellraisers have this or Dig? And give me a score amount too. Well, fortunately, I actually have the Lightning Strike AWP, so I think it fits perfectly, but I'm not sure if I like the sound or not. I'm still very much torn. Right, here we go. So, Dignitas saving those 2 weapons will afford them another solid buy here. It's mainly the next round where you start to worry if they're to lose it. Confidently playing aggressively from the connector again, which we have seen him do before. Does land the headshot onto Angel, so he goes down to 12. There's Dead Fox. You never count him out. He's actually dropped a 30 bomb now. He's 30 for 19. Exquisite Counter-Strike. Brilliant AWPing on both teams. And also great deagle. I don't think I've seen him land a great deal of assault rifle frags, though. I said this before. I'd be really curious on his stats. I think it must be like 90% of his kills have been from the AWP or the deagles. It's pretty nuts. Not sure about that AK name, Boys Day. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that one. Still 2 players for Dignitas over on B, so it wouldn't surprise me, and I'll just throw a prediction out. If Hellraisers hit the site and they kill both Config and Rubino, I think Magic and MSL just save again. That's my prediction for this round. Well, let's see if it comes to fruition. Rubino's going to hold his own. He's not giving up this site anytime soon. Not without a frag, at least. Down he goes. Has he bought up enough time for the rest of his team? And now, there will be no saving in mind, because the team has drawn back to a 3v3. The problem player for me, though, is going to be Zero, because he's looked all the way around the back, and he is the last remaining terrorist. He's going to have that go for him, but he's only got 6 seconds. The bomb's actually down on the site, so Dignitas have done this. It was looking so poor for them, but they picked this off. Rubino's opening pick, I'd only got 1 kill, but that was so big. Because that's when the floodgates opened and the terrorists start to force their will and oppose their will onto the A side. So without Rubino's AWP shot, I feel like that goes horribly wrong. And then Config steps up big around the staircase. So a couple of big plays. Dignitas still holding on. And look at this. Hellraisers with the ruthless aggression. Quite a lot of damage though in the flames. And Config puts both Zero and Angel to bed. And he may not be done there. Cajun B will step up and pick up the slack that was dropped. And the bomb's also gone down alongside it. Bondic, the last remaining terrorist, isn't going to last much longer. 17-16. Dignitas, after losing the first round, go back into winning ways. And will be leading. So, well then. Was not expecting this. Yeah, it's matters. Although I'm kind of like half zombified / dead at this point. Back from an event, haven't ate or anything, so I'm just getting wrecked. And of course it goes overtime. Why wouldn't it, mate? At least it's making for an entertaining game, so I can't really knock that. Happy to be casting the overtime. So second half of overtime is going to commence now. Dignitas with a round lead. Looking like it could go very, very wrong. But here we stand. So, Hellraisers now, maybe for the first time in this entire map, like maybe someone could tell me, actually. I feel like this might be the first time that Dignitas have been in the lead. Or at least it's the first half, like since round 7 or something. But I just hit my mic. Apologies for that if you just got wrecked. Rip in peace, headphone users. Yeah, just out of frustration, I had to punch the microphone. But I think this is the first time that Dig have been in the lead for a long, long time. So, Hellraisers, how do you deal with pressure? Dignitas have bounced back over and over again. Are you able to be up to the task? When the chips are down, our Hellraiser's going to be standing. First half 2-5. So it hasn't been since 2-5 that Dignitas have been in the lead. So it's been 20 odd rounds since they're in the lead. That's pretty nuts. I don't know if you can hear that, but there's a dog barking super loud. It's kind of getting on my nerves. Anyway. Dignitas. 35 seconds left to aggress, and no early casualties of war. Still, all 10 players remain intact. All their health intact. It's going to be entry frag central as far as Dignitas are concerned. MSL's going to get 1, and again he's the first player in, and again he's the first player to score a frag. But Angel with 2, a similar position that he ripped faces off shoulders in the pistol round, the very first round of this map that seems generations ago at this stage now. Sticko, in the meanwhile, with the M4, going to get the spray down. Look for the second one. He does connect it. 17 apiece. And again, we see the problem of executing with sub 30 seconds when no one has died. Put so much pressure on those entry frags, and they got 1, but then the avenge kills came in. Let's have another look at the scoreboard. So we have 3 players on 30. MSL for Dignitas, Angel and Dead Fox for Hellraisers. Magic still way down in the dumps in terms of 12 frags, which I've got to say I'm kind of surprised by, because he's been a guy that when he's on form he's an absolute god. So to see him only on 12 kills is quite strange. Oscar's no longer with Hellraisers. He now plays for Mouse Sports. Denda. Dead Fox picking up the AWP role from the aforementioned Oscar. Is looking to go to town as he has so many times already on Dignitas. So still very much hangs in the balance. Config with the nades. Only does 4 damage to 0. He's holding the close angle. Angel is in mid with Sticko. Spray not quite on point. Sticko in the meanwhile is going to try and relocate towards short. And Dignitas, who tried to execute with 30 seconds last round, are looking like they're going to be in a similar position here. I do worry a little bit it's going to be a similar result. Dead Fox is actually holding the angle. This could be a complete bloodbath, especially if they line up. This could be a 2-for-1 shot. In fact, it's just going to be him walking away. The flashbangs as well on top of the Molotov. This is going to be an absolute massacre. Oh, the no-scope! Unreal play, Dead Fox. And now Cajun B is the next player to stand, and he's the next player to fall. Dead Fox, you are an absolute monster. They line up. Config can only get 1, and Dead Fox rounds it off with a 4th frag. The beast is real. 18-17. Dignitas going to be on to a Tech 9. Config had 4.9k, so we can get an AK and full nades. Oh my goodness, Dead Fox, that was pretty sick stuff. Now it looks like the mid push is imminent. Dignitas trying their best to claw it back into an overtime. Bondic is going to go his way to making sure that doesn't become a reality. Angel pop flashing his way through the smoke, but the Terrace player actually went to the other side of it. He's in jungle right now. Angel could be a dead man. Tech 9 close range is going to do the damage. MSL and Cajun B, both low. 0 from the B side. Is going to try and bolster up the defenses. Dead Fox is already on the CT's boxes. Peering into Palace where MSL is waiting. The bomb's going to get planted. What the hell was that? GoTV just completely derped on me. I think it tried to switch and then decided not to. Now Dead Fox is on the left. And he's going to go down double overtime. Dignitas, seemingly like they are one step out of this game, will take us to double overtime. My body hates you, Dignitas, but my mind loves you. Such is the way of starving solo casting. So, Dignitas, how many match points have they saved now? They're what, 15, 12 behind? So that's 4 that they saved. I'm a Dignitas fanboy? Did I miss a kappa somewhere there? You got me, mate. You got me. I'm Dignitas fanboy. Brilliant. Alright, Bondic. Oh, that flashbang on point. Rubino came out. You can see the flash lands right in his face. The perfect time. Dead Fox again. Through the smoke. 2 frags for him. And Magic dead and buried. Hellraisers with as comfortable and easy of a round as you like. The flashes there were completely perfect. 2 or 3 Dignitas members who tried to push aggressively just got a flash to the face. There's nothing you can do about that. Rubino was out of Palace. Gets picked off comfortably. And now Dignitas are going to be swaying over to the B side instead. Spam through the doors, through the panels, pardon me. I'm getting absolutely knackered at this point. Delirious, if you will. Oh, Angel around the back, and all for Dignitas was actually watching that. That's the position that normally at least one person will have eyes on. 0 now. He's just going to try and put this to rest. He's got 2 frags for himself. Cajun with the AWP. Can't even switch across to him because he gets wrecked instantly. And Hellraisers take a 2-round lead in the second overtime. I wonder if this is going to go on as long as the game that me and Anders casted at Bucharest. I think it was like 34-31 in the end. It was like 2 full maps of Counter-Strike in one. It's mad. Mad, I tell you. And Mully has landed, and again they're going to be finding their way out really aggressively. I don't know if maybe Dignitas would... I wouldn't necessarily given up, but they've just changed to such an aggressive pace out of nowhere. If anything, they were too slow in regulation time in the first overtime. And now they're just a bit too fast. They're just pushing out hyper aggro. And it's going to cost them a 3-0 on their T half of the second overtime. So they're going to need to save another 3 match points. They've already saved 4. Let's see if they can get up to 7. Wait, you have budget Anders. Yes. What's up, Ivy Legit? How you doing? Speaking of Newcastle, or Geordies, how did they do? Do you know? Last time I checked, it was 2-0, but I haven't been able to check the score. Someone could just throw that out for me, that'd be sick. Alright. Back into this. So, Dignitas, after I don't know, I honestly don't even know what to call that T side of overtime. It just seemed like, I don't want to say like they've given up, because I don't think that's necessarily fair. But almost reckless T rounds, just rushing A and then B and then A again. It seems a little bit odd to me when they were playing so tactical earlier than that. I don't know. What I do know is that if they don't win these next 3 rounds, they are going to lose the first map. They won 2-0. Sick. Thanks, guys. So, Hellraisers just have to convert one of these. An open play for both teams. Cajun's going to be using it. We have seen Magic also using it over on the B side. And holding B by himself. This time it's going to be with the M4. He's used a lot of different positions. Doing holding close B-apps on the balcony. Sticko's going to get the first frag in amongst all of the chaos. And it's going to be Conflict that falls. And Conflict's been integral on the CT side. Like, he's typically been the guy who's been watching Connector and Window. And doing a great job at that, I've got to say. Currently on 27 kills with 10 assists. You can see the impact that he's been having for his team. MSL's top fragging for Dignitas, and Magic's down to 16 kills. And we are in the 40th round, so it's been a difficult old game for him today. As MSL makes a bit of noise on the way down the ladder. Definitely didn't intend to do that. So the 2 players in underpass would have heard that. Second frag does go the way of Bondic, and Auto Director's having an absolute mare. Just missed the first 2 kills, because why not? 25 seconds, Hellraiser's on the push. The thing's working for Dignitas here, because there's only 20 seconds left, so if they can get the bomb planted down, and this is absolutely doable. They're going to line up, and there's actually a chance there that they could have actually ended up team-killing each other, because they're right in each other's eyes, but Hellraisers are going to pick it up in style as they win in second overtime to take Mirage. Through to Cobblestone we move. A map that Dignitas will be firm favourites on. But you've got to question what's going on in the minds of Dignitas at this point, because that really was their map to win. If you just joined us, they came back from a 15-12 deficit to take us into overtime. They were winning in overtime. And then they let Hellraisers back in. So it was just yo-yo Counter-Strike. Both teams exchanging blows. And to overpass we move. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go and get myself a drink. I suggest you do the same, because judging from that map, this one could take a little while. We'll be right back with map number 2. Don't go anywhere. Alright, ladies and gents, how you doing? We are going to be jumping into the second map very shortly. We have all 10 players left. Or on the server, I should say. It's been a long night of Counter-Strike solo casting. Hopefully you guys have somewhat enjoyed it. If not, deal with it, I guess. Don't really have a witty response. What I will say is, though, there was an interesting tweet that Magic made. You know, I was just browsing afterwards, just curious as to any tweets that came up. And he's tilted. He is mega tilted. So I guess that would explain his performance. I guess that would maybe explain how Dignitas were coming into those T rounds towards the second overtime climax. I do wonder if that tilt is going to continue on to Cobblestone. After losing 22-18 or whatever it was in the end, that's got to be a shot right to the fields. But Dignitas will be starting on the T side. MSL, who was a top fragger or thereabouts on the first map, is going to be looking in mids. We do have a run boost potential. Not run boost, sorry. Just a boost over. And then walking to the leading tower of terrorists, and Dead Fox with a double headshot with his Glock. Alrighty then. I see a lot of people are doubting his legitimacy. I haven't really seen anything that's made me question it too much. Then again, I'm kind of half asleep, so that probably isn't boding well for me. But Angel is on the other side of the wall to MSL, who is going to get picked off. And exchanging blows with the mid player of Config, who's about to get ripped from a Bondic, who's looking for another frag. This time it's going to be Rubino in the doors. Rubino actually lands himself a frag, so I thought he'd go down without much of a fight, but that definitely wouldn't be the case. Looking for the next player. Heard footsteps to his right hand side. And Dead Fox does pick himself up a frag. Check HLTV, Mr. Caster. If I check HLTV after alt tab, it's going to freeze the stream. So, by all means, type whatever it is you want me to look at. Anyway, it's important to mention that the leaderboard as it currently stands in the EPL, Dignitas now 9-6, but they're still up there in the top 5 or 6 teams. So this round of map may very well be crucial to their future in the EPL and getting through to the next stage. They pretty much just got to turn their attention away from what just happened and focus on the topic at hand. And Cobblestone is a map that Dignitas are normally pretty damn strong on. They have lost Magic first. Grenade lands by his feet, and then he gets picked up and back down afterwards. Sticko's going to get himself one as well, once in on the action. And Hellraisers will very likely convert this round from here on out. A couple deagles on the site. Dino not for much longer. Bondic with another one, and they're almost on for the team ace actually. If Dead can bag himself a frag, he'll actually be on for the team ace with everyone taking part in a kill. But Config wants no part of this. Deagle Kevlar running on away. I has bear. Thanks, bro. Glad you enjoy it. 3 Mac 10s, which they will keep going through into the next round. There's no doubting that. Farming Frenzy in effect. Dignitas will have no buy into the next round. All they'll have is configured a Deagle. No reason to invest anything more. So, Hellraisers will be firm favourites to take a 3-0. At that point, Dignitas will have a bye. Judging from the amount of kills they've got thus far, it won't be a great one. Maybe FAMASs and M4s.
Terrorists win.
Yes, Amedis. How you doing? So Deagle was saved. I'm curious where Config is going to go with this. If they're going to try a 4-player stack with Config on A by himself. Config is typically the B platform player. But indeed it is going to be the 4-player stack with Config using the Deagle. And let's see if he gets anything done. Bunch of bodies coming his way. He's going to get tagged slightly. Slows him down for a couple of seconds. But he should be okay to escape through mid. Now looking back up long though, he's going to have another crack at the whip and see if he can get himself some players. Dead Fox near the side of the door. And we'll get the better of him. Just comes around with the timing. And now it's down to the default pistols. The ones that have very little firepower and very little hope. Magic by himself now on B side. Had a struggle in the first half of gameplay between these two teams, I think it's safe to say. USP, can he get any kills? No one's lost any health just yet. Angel, meanwhile, does put down MSL. Now it's up to Magic. Down he goes. And Dignitas looking for yet another exit frag scenario. Hellraisers will take a quick fire 3-0 lead. Can I say babam? There you go. Cajun actually got 2 kills out of that. What the actual hell? Okay, that affords him an AWP now and a tasty amount of Kevlar behind it. Alongside some nades. So those 2 frags actually do mean a little bit. Gives him some more utility. Do you have a personal Twitch? Yeah, it's the same as my name. It's just my Twitch channel. So just Twitch TV/Metas. I don't really cast there a great deal. I mainly just stream games like CS, Overwatch, stuff like that. Shameless plug, of course. But there you go. So, Dignitas are going to have a decent buy, actually better buy than I expected because of some of the kills they got towards the end with the Cajun B double, for example. So, they are going to have an AWP and M4s. No kits, though, which could be a bit of an issue going forward, as Hellraisers have typically had pretty decent amounts of entry frag power on, well, these rounds, plus Mirage, and, well, there we go. Magic holding the close angle. This is a place that MSL likes to play a lot of the time as well, but instead MSL is going to be on the other side. Angel with frags, and Hellraisers retain a player advantage. Bomb is going to get planted by Dead Fox, and MSL meanwhile is eating up a bit of damage, and there is a decision to be made now during the task. Without a defuse kit, and only the one flashbang, do they want to go for this? Well, Config's frag is definitely going to bait them into it now. I feel like they were waiting for a frag, and if it didn't come their way, they would have backed away instead. MSL goes in first, lands the headshot, keeping this alive, but it's Dead Fox, the man, the myth, the beast, who on Mirage pretty much single-handedly carried Hellraisers to the victory, but he is no longer alive and kicking, and there is enough time for the defuse. So the Dignitas just about slither through. 3-1, they also pick up the AWP for Cajun. If they want to go for double AWP, there's definitely a fair shout towards going for a double AWP. I mean, Cobblestone is certainly one of those maps where double AWPs does make a bit of sense. I guess they feel like they lose a bit of the close range potential that an M4 gives you. That's fair. I think either or decision is completely understandable. Maybe assuming that Hellraisers will come straight back in with a fast B play. It's not going to be the case here again. There is a stack. It's going to be Dead Fox is actually on top of his teammate over the box. I believe he's on top of Stico. Yep. So Dead Fox is looking for the play upstairs, but can easily flick down if he sees Config coming up the broken wall side. So, it's a solid position, honestly, and Config is a very aggressive player up on B platform. Like, we typically see him using smokes and hiding behind them. He's super aggro, and you can see him now. As soon as that smoke goes down, he's already moving into position, so Hellraisers clearly know what's coming up against them. Actual fact, I think it was against VP at Bucharest, where Config got wrecked consistently on the B plat by playing too aggro. That could very well be an issue for him. Narrowly missing out on a frag on Sticko. Just unfortunate, really. It's because I was around the right place. And Sticko actually goes just pushing. Just outright pushes it. Outrageous play. But it works. And now Cajun spots the hit coming through. I think he actually landed the tag. How unfortunate have Dignitas been in this round? A couple timings and then legging a play when it looked dead on. And Magic's next to fall. I've got to say, Dignitas just seem caught in so many different places in their heads. I do worry for them, honestly. I mean, I'm saying that I just got back from Bucharest and I'm tired. These guys just got back from Bucharest as well. After travelling early on in the day with a new patch. Because remember that at Bucharest they played on the old patch. They didn't play on the new one. That got ruled out because of all the boosting nonsense. So how much time have these guys had, really, to adapt to live? Deadfox eats a headshot, but will return with an AWP shot, and of course AWP will triumph. Sticko next player to pick up a frag. Cajun was on the prowl for a kill. Honestly, with pistols, understandably go for it. Bino's next to fall, and Hellraisers are looking dominant. They are looking way better than Dignitas at this point. I've got to say. This has 5-1 written all over it. And Dignitas, their economy is in a place where this has 6-1 written all over it, honestly. At that point, 6-1 on the CT side against you is a very dark, dangerous place to be. And Hellraisers actually showed that their CT side was far better than their T side on Mirage. And I feel like with the style of players they have, that's probably going to be the case here on Cobblestone. I mean, Magic is still tilting off the face of the planet. He finished, I think, with like 12, 15 kills somewhere in that mark in second overtime. He's currently 006, so cue the 007 James Bond music because it's coming in pretty soon, potentially. Especially considering that he only has a Deagle this round. Config again, aggressive at B, and again he's going to get picked off from Sticko. I'm not sure how you really analyse this game so far. Hellraisers have just been doing what I would deem illegal things. I feel like I shouldn't be watching this game right now. The FBI are going to be all over me, and Rubino's just got completely destroyed by Sticko. More of the same. Magic, don't get the bond! Dignitas are getting wrecked. Hellraisers, just put them out their misery, please. This is a bit tough to watch, because Dignitas are typically a solid Cobblestone team. Alright. Come on, Dignitas, I want to see something. I want to see something special. Magic really isn't having the greatest days, bless him. I do feel for him though, honestly. So, Dignitas have tried playing fast, they've tried playing slow. Neither has really worked out. This time they have full M4s. Hellraisers coming into this, of course, with the AWP of Deadfox. They've got plenty of money behind it, so there's no easy rounds from here on out. Magic has got himself a kill on the board. Let's hope that's the first of many. MSL, in the meanwhile, with his M4, does come out the best of that trade, but the avenging frag puts him down. But, all things told, this is one of the best chances Dignitas have had so far on the CT side. They find themselves in a 3-on-3 with all three players healthy, with nades and a kit with Kevlar. So, sure, the terrorists are still in a great position, but Dignitas haven't had this many chances in this position. 35 seconds left. Bondic setting up the smoke towards the doors. Just going to land right now in the face of Rubino, so he has to quickly wrap himself around. 15 seconds left. If Hellraiser's even left themselves enough time to execute on the site with at this point, Cajun is single-handedly just mopping them up. Sticko does come in. Config now can't stop the plant, so this is going to go down. Sticko, with about half a second to go, gets the plant, keeps his team alive. Config flashing out so he can peek. That does land in the eyes of Sticko, but he has the sanctuary of the site itself to hide behind. This will be a brutal loss for Dignitas. Config doesn't seem to know where Sticko is, and he uses the smoke to his advantage. And Hellraisers once again one-up Dignitas, 7-1 now. Dig back onto a horrific buy, and Hellraisers are gathering momentum at a scary fast pace. And they're showing no signs of slowing down. Again, we're going to have the boost we saw this earlier. Going to be Dead Fox up. Identical play. This time Config walks right into it. And there must be a sense now of Dignitas just being so frustrated. Gonna try and take drop control. Cajun's there with the Mag 7 with the flash lantern in his face. Does turn quick enough. Bondic with the AK needs to be careful, because if he keeps lurking around there, he will end up getting his head taken off his shoulders. Or not. Magic. Can't do anything either. MSL with the Eagle. You know what the most brutal games to solo cast are? Games like this. Just like pure stomps. Because I literally don't know what to say. I don't know what to do, boys. There's nothing I can really say or analyze that you guys can't see with your own eyes. Hellraisers are just having their way with Dignitas. Like, they're just pounding them, and they seem to have no answers.
Terrorists win.
So what? Dignitas have 15 kills after 10 rounds. Dignitas nearly combined have the same amount of frags that Sticko has by himself. What can you do? Nope, not a best of 3. It's 2 separate best of 1s in the EPL, so these matches go towards points in the league. Currently Dignitas, I think, are about 6th. I'm not sure if the league has been updated or not since the previous games that were played between Astralis and Penta. That went 1-1. If you didn't see the previous game. And Dignitas, this is maybe the weakest I've ever seen them on Cobblestone, at least in recent memory. I haven't seen them crumble this hard on their CT side in a very long time. So they will be running with a double up setup, which I guess makes sense. Just trying to mix things up. That's a beautiful flashbang, but Dead Fox actually somehow lands that kill and takes some momentum away, which Magic's going to re-establish again. This is much better. Dignitas finally awakening. Just a couple of perfectly timed flashbangs. Blinding up the mid-push. Dignitas double their CT rounds. Very important, though, that they keep this going and don't reset their own loss bonus and put themselves in a worse position than before. So, the double ups will remain intact. Config has one of them. Again, he's typically the B platform player. He doesn't often play passive on B. You see a lot of B players will often go back towards the chicken coop, maybe the statue. But he's always going to be a player that at least a couple times will peek onto that platform and try and make some work. They've gone for a different setup this time. MSL's up on the tree. Rubino's watching drop. The problem is here, though, that Rubino's watching drop, but he's not watching from an angle that will keep MSL safe. So if someone comes down into drop zone, MSL could be a dead man. That's why he has to keep half an eye behind him, which is putting more pressure on Config's shoulders. And with the smokes and mollies out, he's not entirely sure if they've already pushed him or not. So here it comes. This is such a good play from Hellraisers. If they can get this pick onto Cajun, I love the idea of this play. They've read this situation perfectly. Sticko with 2 more frags. Moves to 16 and 3.
Bomb has been planted.
Will get silenced. And Magic picks up another round. So Dignitas are keeping themselves in this. Also retaining both orbs, which is very important for their economy.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
And a pause, which I assume this is technical. It wouldn't make any sense for either team to call tactical at this point. Like, Hellraisers must be feeling like they're still in a pretty good position in terms of their economy and also in terms of being still well and truly ahead. So it seems strange to me to call the tactical timeout here this early on in the game. And Dignitas, why would they call it now? I mean, they just won 2 in a row. They finally started to turn the corner. So I'm fairly confident this is a technical timeout as opposed to anything else. I wish I could give you more information than that, boys, but I am somewhat blind here. Let me have a look to see if I have any info. Nope, can't find anything. So how are you guys doing today anyway? Got much planned for the rest of the night? Maybe it's the afternoon for you, depending on where you live. What you're up to. That's going to be a long match. Wouldn't surprise me if this goes into like quadruple overtime. So we are going to be resuming. Again, I'm not entirely sure what the pause was for. I'm assuming it was technical, but who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. Can Dignitas get another round in a row? They now had double ops for quite some time. It would be wise for Magic not to peek that, and I think he has the exact same thought in the back of his mind. So he goes back into long again, triple player stack, and in very similar positions actually. You're seeing here configs behind the statue this time, MSL's up on the tree, Rubino's in an identical position. So this is a very similar strat as last time. Last time Hellraiser actually tried to push in through a window from drop zone. This time it's going to be long. Angel with the opening pick is going to go a good way to reassuming the winning ways of Hellraisers. Angel also going to go even further than that. Double spray down. He's picked up 3 this round, and dearie me, Dignitas are getting wrecked. This could actually be an ace. Angel's already got a quad. Comfy's going to try and somehow save the second AWP. Angel's hungry for it, but he's going to get punished for his aggression. His greed, maybe. 13 for 7, and what a great effort by Angel. Fantastic play. If you have audio delays, guys, refresh the stream, it'll fix them. Config puts himself 1 bullet closer to saving the AWP, but Dead Fox will take it away. Hellraisers already, whatever happens in these last 3 rounds, will have a commanding lead going through into the second half. Take a task for another buy. It will only be the 1 AWP. And it will be in the hands of Cajun. What's Config going to have here? There's an M4. Their buy a little bit better than I expected. Heroes will be coming through the smoke. The entry frag's again going the way of Hellraisers, and Rubino in drop. Playing to his right hand side. Good frag. With the trade out to the AK-47. Zero with the spray through there. The flashbang in his face, but he'll finally get picked off. Dead Fox though does have his back. Bondic now going to be coming in. Lands a frag onto Magic from behind. Cajun is the next to fall, and Hellraisers already with double digits. Absolutely nuts play. Dignitas have nothing. Can they even come back from this deficit? I mean, this is looking like it could be a 12-3 half. This could be over pretty fast. Who won Mirage? Hellraisers won. In double overtime. So, Magic on Danger. I like that he's playing aggro. Like if he's tilting, then maybe use that to advantage. MSL does get bank needed. Sticko with a trick shot. On 17 and 4, he's not shown any signs of slowing down on his killing frenzy. Dignitas are trying to encircle them. Config's currently in a position where if someone does try to rotate back to B, they're going to have to walk through him first. So that could definitely be a play to watch out for. Cajun, his curiosity could get the better of him because he's actually rotated round. He's coming back in the perfect moment, but he is going to eat a bit of damage. The smoke's going to fend him off for now. It's Rubino with the Mag 7. This could be a perfect play by Rubino. There it is, the headshot looking for the second one, and Config from behind. Dignitas, again, just about hold on, but the best they can do is get 5 rounds this half. Last round of the half, we'll see Hellraisers with a 1-up. What does Angel have? He's got a Glock, but what else do you have, Angel? Come on. Tell me that someone didn't drop a weapon for you at spawn and you didn't pick it up. Naughty boy. So, Dignitas, even if they can somehow get this round, is 5 rounds going to be enough? Is that enough to catapult them back into it? Angel was playing Lurk. He likes to do this on maps like Overpass as well, where he'll go by himself and try and flank as much as possible. Rubino with a headshot onto Bondic. This does give Dignitas a glimmer of hope into this round, but Sticko picks him up on the cross. All 6 players will momentarily be over on the B side. Actually, I say that, but Magic is having second thoughts and maybe assumes there could be a potential of a re-rotation coming in. Cajun has the shot, but actually MSL's going to come out second best in that trade, a trade that he really should be winning. And now that Magic's out of position for a little while longer, how long can Cajun B hold on to this? 30 seconds left. Flashbang will land in the eyes of Sticko, but he's alive for a little while longer. Nice shot from Cajun onto Sticko. He's on 20 for 5. He's been the monster so far. And he's got the headshot. Sticko with another clutch. 21 kills in the first half. Barbaric. No mercy. Sticko is on a warpath. Get out of his way or die. What do you even say? Rip microphone, I took a drink, bro. Solo casting is thirsty business. Can I take another one? If that's cool.
Terrorists win.
Ayo. Okay. Predictions, boys. Keep me sane, please. So I know I'm not talking to myself. What do you reckon the score's going to be? I'm going to go, like, honestly, before this game even started, I thought Dignitas would clean this up like 16-8. 16-8, 16-9, you know, a pretty straightforward win. A complete wreckage. You know, Hellraisers showing a bit of promise here and there. The fact Hellraisers are 11-4 up at half-time is somewhat mind-blowing to me. But I think there's a lot of variables behind this that play in. You know, I said it before, I say it again. I mean, Magic is tilting. I mean, his Twitter pretty much sums that up. I don't know if he deleted the tweet or not, but he is clearly tilting. How much practice have Dignitas been able to have with a new patch? I'm not so sure. They just got back from Bucharest. where they were playing on the older patch. Movement's a little bit different. There's boost spots and such that weren't there in the previous patch, and I think that's hurt them. Plus the fact, how do you contend with Dead Fox being godlike on the first map and Sticko picking that up on the second one? I mean, he's 21 frags after the first half, and he's got clutches galore. Like, this guy's just been an absolute monster. 16-6 for Hellraisers. 16-13 for Dignitas. You really think Dignitas are going to win this half? 12-3. I mean, it's possible. Rip. So I will also be casting tomorrow, guys. I think there's another 4 maps of Counter-Strike tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure what the teams are that are playing tomorrow. I'll have to look into that, actually. But it should be good. It should be fun. Guys are so savage. Alright, second pistol, here we go. In future, I think, honestly, I should just cut to music as soon as the map's done. Like, as soon as the halftime's done, until it's back up again. I wasn't muted, Morgan, I'm just trying to save my voice and save my sanity a little bit. Here we go. Dignitas. You've got to win this pistol. We saw Hellraisers play very aggressive over on the A side and get themselves, I think it was 4 kills in the matter of 2 or 3 seconds. Just rushing straight up like we're about to see here. They don't take the side of Bonding. Will be maybe a bit disappointed he didn't get more than that. I think he was spoiled for choice. It's going to be Angel, who's got 1 kill. Rubino's down to 2. He's about to get finished off. Bomb kit drops. 2 on 2 though. Magic is going to try and make amends for a couple of poor maps. Sticko, the animal, is going to die. Magic actually lands the shot, so Dignitas have won the second pistol, and it started so well for Hellraisers. Bondic holding mid, I thought really was going to be the catalyst for a fairly easy pistol, but Dignitas come back strong. And that's exactly what they needed to keep in this. Now, I'm not going to say that they're definitely going to win this map. I'm not even going to say they're going to come back. But that is a good way of starting. He's forecasting, yes. Have been the entire night. It's my bad, though, because I was going to cast with Dust, but he's actually travelling to England for an event that we're doing together later this week. So, my bad. I should have known. But I'm fine solo casting. It's just, I think, because I got back from Bucharest yesterday that I'm still sort of like zombified from that, from travelling. It's just a combination of the two things. But that's enough about me and my scrubby life. Let's get back into the action at hand. Dignitas with their 2 SMGs, 3 SMGs actually. They've got 2 MAC-10s in the UMP, but they have 2 AK-47s, which are in the hands of Rubino and Magic. Rubino is going to be over on the B side. I was about to say that Cajun's by himself, but he does have the MAC-10, so it really isn't the end of the world to lose that weapon, especially considering the rest of the guys made sure they did buy head armor. These are the expendable weapons, we talk about this a lot. Putting up the SMGs to do the dirty work. If he dies, it's not a big deal. But Dead Fox now with the USP. He's going to buy himself a little bit more time with the MAC-10, maybe. Well, I'm not exactly solving that premise, and that's the problem. He tries to tap long range. Rubino picks up a quad. Dignitas move 1 step closer. Yes, Alex, I am. Best event myself and Dustin doing. Cajun just with a Tech 9 so we can upgrade to an AWP. I'm pretty sure that's the call anyway. This allows him to get the Beast Sniper in his mitts for rank. I said rank. That's just the total wrong word. For round 4 on this half is the one I was looking for there. Hellraiser's not coming into much in this round. So, they are going to be stacking B with 3, although the other 2 players are very fastly able to get back onto B site as well. Lower rotation time. About as slow a round as you could really hope for. If you're into slow rounds, that is. Angel narrowly actually missing out on that shot. MSL goes back in for a second glimpse, and that's a little bit precarious, I think it's safe to say. Especially when you hear the deagle ripping out. I mean, that's surely one area you don't want to be in. MSL could end up actually paying for this with his life. He's down at 24, then he got dinked again to 13. But the execute's actually going to be on the B side. The groundwork has been put down courtesy of Config and Vino. And Zero is going to fall too. And although there is a UMP in the hands of Angel, I feel like there's probably not going to see any more action. It's about to run straight into Config's Amber Fade Mac 10. Bond it. Go on, son. Get some kills. Let's go. I reckon he's going to kill Config, and that's it. Trash caster confirmed. Here comes the buy, though. Hellraisers will have a buy. Dead Fox can get an AWP if he so chooses. It will be Glass Cannon, however. Although, no, actually, that's not necessarily true. He could get Kevlar, but it wouldn't be head armor Kevlar, and instead he does go for an M4. I was curious if Cajun's Tech 9 meant that he'd go for an AWP. Actually has stuck with an AK, so it's interesting. Dignitas do like to go for set plays on B, for example, so I guess it does make a bit of sense. Dead Fox can see shadows, and you can see footsteps, you can see players, but maybe that's why he goes for the AWP so much. He misses out on his opportunities with the M4, and that opens up things nicely for Dignitas, who will oblige with the heavy aggression up mid onto the site. Rubino with his AK on the spray down. Bondic, and meanwhile answers back onto Rubino, so it just keeps going blow for blow. But now Dignitas are starting to trail by players, and one of the last 2 players only has a Mac 10. And when he considers against 3 M4s, not a great position to be in. The good news though for Dignitas, they're about to get the bomb planted, or at least they should be. Config is planting it right now. Incendiary on the site will force Config out into the open. There's a smoke there though that Config can hide in. Now the CTs have a decision to make. They want to push together as one, or do they want to flank around the sides? MSL playing this one really intelligently. He has got the first pick and the second one. Dignitas should now be winning this one, and it's the leader again. MSL, who is the talisman. Sticko has been a monster, but he's not going to be able to deal with this. 23 for 9, but Dignitas have won the last 4 rounds now. And Hellraiser's back into a half-buy / eco situation. So, Dignitas with 3 Mac 10s want to be swimming in the muddies. MSL played that one perfectly, by the way. He gets so much flack, but the dude has it within him to be a sick player. Rubino, decent entry. Can't get too carried away about this round, of course. It is a low investment for Hellraisers. But the Mac 10s are doing work. Config actually running around with this P250. As he only had 2 bullets left. So instead, he can trade across. And that leaves Angel and his Kevlar on 5.7. Spraying down with the 5.7. Hellraisers now only with a 2-round lead. Will be a buy. And Dead Fox this time will purchase the AWP. And a decent amount of noise behind it. Just the 1 kits. Hellraisers on the Bondic. Sticko actually got one as well. So, Dignitas I feel like they're at their strength when they play more aggro on B, when they do their set plays. I feel like it's a really solid strat for them, but I don't see them do it as often anymore. Rubino on 5 health. He's just going to be lurking around in the shadows of B long, but he gets punished so hard. And now Rubino, who's a guy that does get a lot of entries on the B side of the map, being that low, really crushes Dignitas' potential to actually get out on there. I'm not saying the round's over by any stretch of the imagination, especially as Config actually cheekily pushes the smoke and punishes Dead Fox. But what I am saying is it's going to be very difficult for them to do anything with that pick. It's all well and good getting the first pick, but it's what you do with it that really counts. And it seems like it could be a case of drop dominance, with Rubino putting in more of a utility support mentality. KGB just rushing in with a Tech 9 will reap the kill. And now it's down to Sticko again. There's the first one. And the way he's been playing, you wouldn't put it past him to clutch this single-handedly. Angel is the only player on A, and the bomb is starting to traverse its way over to the side of the map. 29 seconds. Look how much damage he just did to Config. Config's down to 1. Rubino will get the pick on 0. The patience to sit in that corner for that long, knowing there could be a grenade flying your way, is unreal. Angel should have done way better, but there's 3 players now for Hellraisers that are 10 health and below. What is this madness? Sticko's going to get one of them. I think he just wants to save the AWP. So Dignitas now, at this stage, would have picked up 6 rounds in a row. Will Sticko save? I think he's going to have some troubles because Config is coming round the side with the AWP, although he's very low, so will he even want to peek? Of course, with Dignitas winning so many rounds, it's definitely worthwhile trading. Oh, nice shot, Sticko. Not too bad. But it'll be worthwhile trading for them as they got players on like 10k and plus. But Hellraisers now do have a power play, and I think as a result of having the AWP, they're actually going to force behind it, and it's not too bad overall. UMP, couple for masses, plenty of nades. This is the fast play I was talking about before. Dignitas is so solid on. I don't know why they haven't done this more often. It's very difficult to contend with, but no one else is actually following Rubino out, and Zero gets 2 frags. Are you actually serious? How? You saw Rubino goes out, gets a frag. He's by himself for about 5 seconds. No one else is following him up.
Bomb has been planted.
Maybe Dignitas are going to get this round anyway. Maybe it's a small blip on the radar. Dead Fox with 1. Still, that retake is going to be very tough to deal with. MSL's already pulled off a couple of massive plays in similar positions. It was over on A last time behind the APC. MSL, headshots down. Angel, he is on point right now, but Dead Fox is trying to regain some of that momentum that saw him rip apart Mirage. Config with 1 frag, but that incendiary, can he even afford to go through it? He can't afford, he has to back away. He's hoping Dead Fox doesn't have a kit. Oh my goodness, Config. He just got Glock blocked by the molly. You could see his thought process. He was like, I really want to get to the bomb, but I can't. I've got 20 health. I'll die. Hellraisers somehow, someway get that round under their belts. And you've got to feel bad for Config. I don't know what the hell I'd have done in that situation. I may have just gone for it, to be honest, and hope for the best. About to say, what can you do, because you're about to have players literally raining on top of you. Zero with another double frag. He did this last round too. It gave Hellraisers a great opportunity to get back into it. And Dignitas, who've been on a tear the second half, and now falling 1 by 1. Zero with 3 in that round. Didn't lose a single point of health. And Dignitas are starting to dig deep into their pockets now. They're in such a economically stable position just a few rounds prior, but now they're dipping into their savings. Gamma's so ugly. Whoever you are, sir, you must be drunk. That Gamma knife is beautiful. Config just ate a tasty nade. Rubino's going to be playing flank again. No huge surprises. It seems like whatever Dignitas do, Rubino's going to be on B. He just loves this side of the map. Like, if they aggress on B, Rubino's the first one out. If they play A, Rubino's flanking on B. Like, every single time. If you play Dignitas, you know Rubino's around this area. It's very rare that he isn't. If they have rifles, that is. So he's just going to try and be a bit of a nuisance. The thing is, though, he's also holding this position to make sure Hellraisers don't push. So they don't get a boost, so they don't push up long. And this means that if Dignitas decide they do want to go B at some point, they can be rest assured that no one's going to be up behind them. So I understand the play, and if Rubino's comfortable with it, then why the hell not? He is very solid when he's on form. Zero's going to be holding a position that Config likes to use a lot in the alcove. One of the first players I saw successfully play from there was Taz for VP, but it's going to be Dead Fox and Angel who open their accounts, and Zero from the back is good for one. Cajun instantly spins around on a swivel. Will put him down out of his misery. Dead Fox with a flick. And that could be the round slipping away. Cajun has a lot of work cut out for him. There's the first one. And the second one. Cajun, are you actually going to pull this off? It's looking so good. And Cajun with the flick. Dignitas stay in for one more round. Really shouldn't have been going their way. Unreal play, Cajun. You monster. He's had a quiet game, in fairness. He hasn't quite been getting the impact kills where they counted, but that is phenomenal. Puts Hellraisers right back up against it as well. Their economy back to the dumps. I love how someone is just like,
well, actually you'll find that was a default play, and I could have done that with my eyes closed, so.
Of course he could, mate. Of course he could. Definitely. Config double spray down. Hellraisers. Oh, Bondic actually got wrecked through the doors there. I think he actually landed a dink onto Magic afterwards. Rip for Zero. Choose your death. Flames, bullets. He chose an AWP round to the chest. Sounds painful. Probably a quicker death than fire there is, though, to be fair. I feel like that's pretty much an instant death. But Hellraisers backing away again to save. Dignitas on this half. Just to put things in context, Hellraisers only have 2 rounds in this half so far. Which is so mad considering how far ahead they were in the first half. 11-4. Someone actually predicted, I'm now remembering that someone predicted, as we're seeing the CPs actually get wasted here, somebody predicted, and if it was you, then you were a monster, right? They predicted that Dignitas would win this 16-13, and I even said that is a ballsy prediction. But the way this is going, you know, I don't know, dude. That is one hell of a prediction, whoever that was. Because Dignitas are actually in a position now where I would say they're firm favourites. Look at the economy for Hellraisers. Look at the way this game has been going, the momentum. The fact that Dignitas have been able to consistently enter on sites and just clean up the CTs or any problems. Bombs to get planted. UMP for Angel as MSL did die. But that UMP has just been alleviated from him, courtesy of config. So 13 apiece. Dignitas. Oh, did I say our quick casting? Alright, Vincent. We share the same name, bro. I shall then, you got me. 16-13 on quick casting. RIP! Bit of a shank, bruv. And also the AWP. So a decent passenger play for Hellraisers. It's money in the bank and an AWP. Why the hell not?
Terrorists win.
Can't get too excited, of course, because it basically meant nothing in the round. It does mean something for this round, though. Because now Bondi can drop the AWP to Dead Fox, and it definitely boosts their buy by quite a margin. Alright, Hellraisers, my career rests on your shoulders. Just one more round is all I need. One more round. Don't do it to me, Hellraisers. Here we go. Rubino again. I'm not huge surprised where he is. This time it's going to be Config, who's actually over on the other side of the map. Will be playing the flank. He could be coming head-to-head with Angel, but Auto Director feels like Rubino is the more exciting prospect, you know, eyeing up that flash into a smoke. So I'm going to switch over to Bond because I feel like he could be the player that's in the action next. Let's have a look at how the setup is working for the CT. So double stack on the staircase. The two players I highlighted earlier that could be seeing action were Angel and Config, and they have actually rattled off against one another. Zero with the headshot, leaving MSL and Magic. We'll be using their aggression through onto the site, and MSL has picked up a frag onto Dead Fox. That being said, on the cross, some bullets do find their way onto Magic. Bomb gets planted. The important play here for me is that Stico waits for his teammate to get there. Doesn't want to peek up too early. They don't have a kit, but they still have time to play with. So, how is his flash looking? Doesn't quite hit on anybody. MSL gets headshot. That's a beautiful reaction shot from Stico, who's now going to go in for Magix, who has just picked up a frag. What is that shot, Stico? Are you serious? What? Just the casual flick 2 headshot, get wrecked, scrub. And the defuse.
Counter-terrorists win.
Career saved. Thank you, Stico. I'll slip you a bribe later on, mate. Alright then. So, no big deal. Stico just landed pretty nuts play. 29 and 15, of course. Like a monster. Why not? And Dignitas are going to retaliate in a hyper-aggressive play, which will see Zero getting the first kill. But the terrorists are now going to start to push their way out. Stico, who's been in this position a few times before, in fairness to Dignitas, they do check that one. Zero not able to get the spray, point blank range. Cajun from the side will best Bondic, but the frag's going back and forth. Cajun and Magic are so low on health. One bullet will end even. They go for the boost, but Config this time is going to channel as in a Stico and gets a double spray down. And this game will not end. Hellraisers are now up Poops Creek without a paddle, let's just say. And there is an ever-growing hole in the canoe. All the flashes, though. All of them. Stico. USP in hand. Just wants to drop a 30. I mean, at this point, it's like, I don't even care about this game. I just want the 30 bomb. Go on. Oh, Dead Fox stole it, you scumbag. Why would you do that? Stico's 30, bro. The least he could do is give him the UMP. Come on, Dead Fox. Don't be a dick. setting up for X6. Once again, P250, but we're taking points. Alrighty then, config. Well, that just happened. See, if you gave Sticko the UMP, you'd have killed all of them. Dead Fox.
Terrorists win.
Sticko will keep the UMP alive. Alongside the AKs, the Hellraisers do have a much better buy. You can see here their economy. They had like 3k on Bondic and Sticko. So saving those two weapons actually is really important for their chances of clutching this round and taking us into another overtime. Who would have ever thought that we'd be in a position where Dignitas Hellraisers match would potentially go into multiple overtimes? I honestly felt this game would be one of the easiest 2-0s I've passed in quite some time. So Dignitas, by and large, just poking, probing the CTs. Zero again using Alcove. He's been here before. Cajun's actually boosted up. We saw Dead Fox and Sticko doing this before. And Zero's going to die on the cross. So that's going to definitely help Dignitas' chances of outright winning this game. Sticko now, the next player to potentially walk into the chopping block. Flashbang. Doesn't do a great deal. Dead Fox. With the frag. Odd crosshair placement, not gonna lie. Get on your tinfoil hats, boys. Made some flashes, and here comes a set play again. Problem is, though, Dignitas have done this quite a few times now. It's typically been their go-to round when they wanted to try and win and force the issue. So I do think the CTs honestly would have called this one at some point. I think Dead Fox from behind, and oh my goodness, 4 kills in about a space of a second. Hellraisers are going to take us to a third overtime. And here we go again. I'm going to mute my mic, boys, and I'm going to get a couple bites to eat because I am at this point feeling like I am completely wrecked. So I'll just leave the warm-up on. For some reason, my game just alt-tabbed by itself. That was pretty cool. But I'm going to leave the warm-up on and just get some... Or not, because they started the game really quick this time. FML! We're not eating. There's food in front of me. And it's like, Vince, eat me. And I can't because... the game. That's the noise in my plate running away from me. I'm just going to go and cry in a corner now. Alright, no, head back in the game. Dignitas, Hellraisers, third overtime. Dignitas have been here before, and they lost. Quite simply put, went 22-18 in the end. They lost in second overtime after getting completely wrecked. But the difference this time around is actually it was Dignitas who were battling back towards the end. I think it was 15-12. And Dignitas got themselves back into 15-15. This time it was Hellraisers who were clawing their way back in. So I don't even know who we side with to be the favourites at this point, where the momentum lays. Who's casting? Eleanders, mate. Cast it, idiot. Okay. Appreciate it. Oh, it's a pretty heavy rotation. Hey, this is not going to bode well for Dignitas. Please don't do this to me right now, Auto Director. Please. I can't deal with you. Frags are going back and forth, however. And I was about to say that there was a very real, scary possibility that Dignitas were going to walk into that 3-man stack. And that's exactly what happened. And now it's all down to Cajun. He's moving his way via connector towards B. Zero was on long, but he's actually moving away here. What's the call? Judging from the other two CT positions, they know that Cajun is on his way to B, so why is Zero running away from there? That was weird. Didn't end up mattering in the end, but there you go. So Hellraisers are going to draw first blood in the overtime again. This is what happened last time around. Dignitas Needs some inspiration. Dead Fox is going to be moving into position again. He's waiting for the jump. Lands the shot, but Magic's down to 15. Tagged, but not fragged. Angel now steps up. The flashes, the smoke's landing in his eyes. Can't see a single thing. Dead Fox misses out on another shot, so that's going to be him dead. Angel, meanwhile, did push through the smoke into mid, but again, it's just a case of the frags going either side. All 4 players are healthy, so game well and truly on. Although Bondic is in a good position just outside of Murder Hole, he has to wait for Zero to get in. So they could try a 2-pronged retake. MSL isn't really going to be deterred too much by that flashbang. It was mainly Cajun B that got wrecked by that, but the second flash does land. That's going to cost MSL his life. Cajun B is on the APC. First frag goes his way, but not the second. And Bondic can afford to wait for the molly. He's like, please get out of here. He does have time. It's close, but he does have time. Is sound live or rerun? What? Try refreshing the stream, guys. If it sounds dodgy for you, it should fix it. What's wrong with the sound? It's like literally been fine the entire time. Try refreshing the stream, see if that helps. I'm being trolled, I'm just getting wrecked. Oh, Rubino with a headshot onto Zero. He is going to bite us straight afterwards, though. But look how many CTs he's actually kept interested over on the B side. Dead Fox can land the frag before the smoke is going to plume in front of him. Now Magic is going to get the spray. So Dignitas, after conceding the first 2 rounds in pretty devastating fashion, looking to at least get 1 going through into the second half of overtime here. And it's hard to see how Bondic and Sticko can do this. Cajun is actually using an angle you don't really expect someone to be stood in the mid-room. And will secure the final frag. So Dignitas will take 1 round through onto their CT half of overtime. Yeah, it is an issue with Twitch sometimes. If you refresh Twitch, it will fix the sound delay. I know that's like a legit problem that some people have. I've had it before too. It's Twitch, bros. If you play this caster backwards, you get Satanic Versus. Cool. No, I know they're not completely trolling me because it is an issue that I've had before as well. Just people need to follow through with it. Anyway, that's enough getting sidetracked. Dignitas on the CT side. They'll be running with 1 AWP. I was curious if we'd see 2. This config has done this a couple of times in the past, using his AWP on the B side. We also saw him using it pretty solidly on Statue and Chicken Coop. He's typically a player that likes to play aggressive on the platform. But there's been a lot of nades used to fend him out of position, so maybe that's why we're seeing more of a passive config. Using the M4 on the Statue, I believe that is. Yes, it is. There isn't a co-caster, bro. I'm casting alone. That's why you can't hear a co-caster. I know you're trolling, but there you go. So Hellraiser's already evaded a bit of damage on Angel and Bondic, but they still retain the vast majority of their grenades. They got 4 smokes, 4 mollies, healthy dosage of flashbangs. Dignitas on the other side of the coin, though, do have a fair amount of nades themselves, an incendiary, a couple of HEs. And with 40 odd seconds left, a lot to play for. Dead Fox is going to eat that grenade to the face. So he's going to take quite a bit of damage. Conflict's now up on the box. That flashback completely neutralizes him. He has to play this one so carefully. Comes out at the perfect time. Him alongside Rubino have both got themselves kills. Goes back into for seconds. That is risky. At this point, I think they're just trying to waste as much time as possible for the terrorists. So if it's at a cost of a life, then so be it. Angel's out first. He spots MSL, who's just by the tree. Where is the cover, boys? Like, fair enough, Pumpkin's going to get 2 kills, 3 kills in total. But MSL, there must be some harsh words exchanged between the two of them. I suppose it's kind of like, I forgive you because you got 3 kills and we won the round. But if they lost that, then toys would have been out the pram. Raven. I read chat just basically to have something to bounce off. Otherwise, I'll just be like gradually going mad. Look at this. More aggressive play this time, though. Magic. This is one of the first times I've actually seen this setup. So Cajun's going to have a shot. He misses and going to be like, cool, it's pretty much empty. And then Magic's going to get the double spray down. I love that setup. And I love that Dignitas are busting that out now. So late on in overtime. They didn't do this a single time in regulation. Magic's going to get a 3. And it definitely seems like he has dusted off whatever problems he had earlier on. Where he was getting super tilted, super mad. Tweeting stuff about how much he was sick of playing online games after getting back from an event. And how crap the movement was and such. But now he is definitely showing up. 23 kills. And remember, Clash of Minds back, we did have Agent Magic. He dropped to 007. So he is definitely picked things up. And quite simply put, Hellraisers now find themselves backs against the wall. And if they lose this round, they will lose the map. And after having such a valiant comeback, that would hurt, that would sting. What do you have in store here, Hellraisers? You've lost the first player. You only have 1 smoke and 2 flashes to play off. What's the call? Is it just super balls to the wall aggression? What do you do? They've got 0 over 1 AK. Angel may just have to pick heads or tails here on which side he checks when he comes out. But they've actually got double stack. Magic and MSL are both here. That could force MSL out into the open. That one frag that actually went down on drop forced MSL out, and that cost him his life. The good news, though, for Dignitas is with the double stack, Magic came in straight afterwards. Dead Fox is there with the UMP, however. And back to a 2-on-2 we go. 35 seconds left. Magic actually vacated the area and gave the bomb up on control. Dead Fox. Top fragging, 25. Well, actually not top fragging. Sticko has been, but he hasn't dropped any kills in this overtime, which is maybe one of the reasons why Hellraisers are struggling so much. Right, Dead Fox. You have a very unenviable position of a 1v2 with both players coming from very separate locations. Of course, you don't know this, but there's Spotted. Spotted him. Tapping doesn't get the frag, and Dignitas will have this map. It was a grueling affair with both maps going into overtime. But Dignitas are going to win the second to go 1-1 overall. That was pretty important to their EPL standings. That's going to put them 10 for 6. Which, if I have a very quick check, I believe... Let me refresh that very quick for you guys. So 10 for 6 would put them over G2 and Astralis and put them even with Mouse Sports. So they'd be around 3rd or 4th place. So it was a huge victory on Cobblestone, pardon me. That gives them quite a leapfrog. They've gone up at least 2 places, maybe more. I'm not sure. It hasn't been updated just yet. Anyway, guys, I am absolutely exhausted. There's no other way of putting it. I am knackered. So I'm going to get myself a drink and head to bed, probably. I suggest you guys tune in tomorrow when we'll have more action on both this stream and the main stream too. More EPL coming at you. But I am done for this evening. For those of you asking, I'm at this ! Caster if you want to hit me up on Twitter. And I'll see you guys later. Have a good one.